Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I'm pleased to welcome you all to the third day of seminars, which will be full of informative discussions, insightful ideas on the sidelines of Wetex 2023. Wetex has taken a leading position among specialized global events and has earned the reputation of being one of the most important exhibitions on water, energy, environment, and sustainability in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Mr. Stephen Burns, the Senior Solution Consultant at ITRAN, to give the first session on low voltage networks, how the last mile becomes the first mile. Welcome, Mr. Stevens.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for that introduction. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this morning and also to thank the organisers of the Wetex event for this privilege. Like I said, my name is Stephen Burns. I'm a chartered engineer from the UK with over 25 years experience in the energy industry. Now, I know what most of you are probably thinking this morning. We've got a British man in the room, therefore it must be his fault that it's raining today. Now, I can assure you that it's not my fault, mainly because you're only allowed to carry 100 millilitres of liquid in your carry-on luggage, so it's definitely not my fault. I wanted to start this morning with a bit of a thought experiment. We have engineers in the room, and I want you to apply your engineering thinking to two major catastrophes that you will be aware of. I'm going to tell you the story of these catastrophes, and I would like you to identify the root cause behind them. So the two things I'm going to talk about are the Titanic disaster and Chernobyl. So our story starts in 1911, when Captain Edward Smith was in charge of a vessel called the Olympic. The Olympic had a collision with HMS Hawke, causing significant damage to both vessels. White Star, the people that owned the Olympic, decided then to take parts from another vessel to repair the Olympic. That vessel was the Titanic. That then delayed the Titanic's maiden voyage by over a month. In April 1912, the Titanic set off on its maiden voyage, captained by none other than Captain Edward Smith. As they left Southampton, reports started coming in of extreme ice flows on the route across the Atlantic. This was due to an abnormally warm winter. Now, Captain Smith had famously actually said that these ships were sinkable, but technology was so good on these ships. Reports continued to come in to the bridge and the radio room to say that there were more ice flows. The problem was not all of those messages made it through to the bridge. Also, punctuality was their #1 priority. They had to get to New York on time, so they didn't slow down. Instead, they had a lookout on the bridge with who should have had a pair of binoculars looking out for icebergs. Unfortunately, somebody left the key behind in Southampton for the binocular cabinet. At midnight on April the 15th, the Titanic struck an iceberg, 5 sections of the boat filled with water, and it sank within 2 hours at the loss of 1,500 lives. Let's fast forward to 1986, Chernobyl in Ukraine. Tests were being carried out on a nuclear reactor to see whether the site could actually run its cooling systems if power was actually cut off to the power station. This test plan had been developed in-house and actually had been run several times unsuccessfully. On the day of running the test, they had to delay the test until the evening because of an outage at another power station nearby. This meant the evening team that were running the tests weren't fully prepared. As the test started, the output on the reactor dropped significantly, much lower than they expected. And they had to make an emergency shutdown on the system due to a buildup of gas within the reactor. Ultimately, they were too late. The reactor exploded, and 3 people were instantly killed on the site. But many tens of thousands of lives were affected by the disaster afterwards. So, have you been able to find a root cause for those? I suspect probably not, because there are so many different contributing factors that actually led to those catastrophes. I think there are some things that are in common, lots of factors. There was a human element to them, but also they could all have been preventable. So in doing research for this talk, I came across some work by a gentleman called Dr. Richard Cook, and he'd looked at catastrophes and tried to identify what some of the root causes were behind them. These included his recommendation that you should never actually try and pin a root cause on it, so there goes the first 5 minutes of my talk. But a couple of things he did point out which I found were really interesting. First of all, you have to keep on updating your knowledge when it comes to complex systems, like these ones we saw the failures. Also, change introduces new forms of failure. And we'll come back to that point later. So this is another definition I found when I started to look into what is a complex system. So large numbers of different things that interact with each other. You can't get a good view of what's happening unless you're looking at the whole system rather than just one point. And also, these systems are susceptible to failure and sometimes large failures. Now, for electricity network engineers in here, you may be looking at this and thinking, that sounds familiar. Large numbers of different items, meters, cables, transformers, overhead lines. Multiple points needed to actually understand what's happening on the network as a whole. And finally, networks can absorb some failures, but sometimes we see circumstances where a whole network may go down. And that could be down to weather, or that could be down to imbalance in generation and load. So we're starting to see now how some of the things that we've looked at may start to apply to electricity networks. So I believe that the changes that we're seeing in the electricity networks at the moment are opening us up to some of the biggest changes that we've ever seen. And as we've seen from this research, the potential of change actually introduces new forms of failure. So let's talk about the scale of change we're seeing as well. You'll have seen these things on plenty of slides from other engineers throughout the week. But electric vehicle charging is a significant risk in terms of the additional loads on the network. Photovoltaics in terms of how do we manage those two-way power flows across the network. We're still seeing in some areas load continuing to grow as additional homes and additional businesses are being added to the network. So network planning suddenly becomes very important. And this high degree of change is actually bringing new failure methods that we've not considered before. Issues with harmonics raising on the network, for example. Now, I believe as well that if you look at these applications and these changes, the majority of them are actually focused on the low voltage network. And if, like me as an engineer, when you start at the low voltage network and you get promoted up into the higher voltages. I believe we now need our best engineers in the low voltage arena. Low voltage is also becoming the most critical for the consumer. As they look to bring batteries on or solar panels or electric vehicles, that interaction with the low voltage network becomes more critical. And so I go back to my initial title for this talk. I believe that the last mile of our network is now becoming the first mile. It's becoming the most important asset. So to just give you an idea of scale, you'll probably be aware of a flow diagram like this. We've got traditional generation on the left-hand side going through transmission, through the medium voltage, and then down to the low voltage networks and consumers at the end. What I've done is I've also annotated this as well to show you the percentage length of network on average that we see globally. So low voltage networks make up nearly 2/3 of the length of assets that we have. So a significant challenge in terms of managing those assets. Just give you some examples. So this is some studies that we did within Europe. So on average, a customer within Europe will use around about 10 kilowatt hours of energy a day. If you have an uptake of electric vehicles of around about 30%, and you average out about 30 kilometers of driving a day, so about 20 miles, that works out at about, on average, 6 kilowatt hours additional charging a day. Introducing things like heat pumps or additional air conditioning load can add about another 11 or 12 kilowatt hours a day. So you're suddenly adding an extra 40% of load, all focused on your low voltage network. That's great if you average it out, but that could well be clustered in certain locations, and it could well be focused around peak times as well. So when we start to look at the core use cases, I think they can all be boiled down into 4 distinct areas that we need in terms of challenges. Faults. How do we actually keep the power back on? How do we get the power back on again quickly? Power quality. What's the impact of voltage sags and swells, the changes that we're going to get with photovoltaics, and also in terms of harmonics being added to the network? Losses. We have challenges both from the technical losses on the network, but also potentially from non-technical losses as well. And we're seeing many of our customers trying to get their handle on what theft is taking place within their system. And finally, network planning. How do you know whether you've got capacity within your network to be able to add these electric vehicle chargers, or to be able to cope with the photovoltaics as they're added to the system? So what we're seeing is a journey that utilities are going on. And this is something that we've seen happen through the high voltage networks, down through the medium voltage networks, and hopefully we'll start to see in low voltage as well. So initially, networks are operated in a passive manner. Then we see this ability to add visibility. And then the next stage is you begin to add control to those systems. And again, we've seen this happen time and time again, going through the voltage systems. And then eventually you move to some stage of automation. And this has particularly happened sort of into the medium voltage network over the last 20 years. In terms of low voltage, I believe most utilities are still in this passive area of network, where they're just leaving the network to do what they do and react to it. Some are starting to move into the stages of visibility as well now. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the importance of visibility. When I look at myself in the mirror, I still see a man who's probably in his 30s rather than approaching his 50s. When I look at my hair, I'm looking that way, and it still looks quite dark to me at the front. One day, I was putting a security camera up at my home, and I had my mobile phone in front of me to adjust the camera. At which point, I saw the back of a head from the camera on my phone. It looked like my head, but the hair was significantly grayer than I expected. Now, this is the importance of visibility. I had no idea what the back of my head looked like. I now have an asset management decision about whether I need to just stick with it or actually dye my hair. I decided to stick with it, thankfully, because my wife likes grey hair. I'm okay. My point being, there is an importance in being able to make decisions based on what knowledge you have of the situation. So let's just talk about the volumes of data involved here. So we take a utility with a million different endpoints. It's going to generate around about 21,000 different data points, bringing data into a control system, so like a SCADA system or other systems that are managing your network. Once you start to push down into the low voltage, those numbers go up significantly. You could be looking at 20,000 transformers on average, 40,000 low voltage feeders, potentially more depending on how your network's configured. You then add into that electricity meters and potentially distributed energy resources like batteries, photovoltaics. So that could be round about 50 times more data than you're consuming already in your medium voltage network. Significant upload. The challenge then becomes as well is, well, what happens if you want to sample that data at a greater rate? What happens if you want to get more data back from that? Suddenly that becomes a strain then on your communications infrastructure and also your central processing as well. So I believe there's a data strategy that needs to be worked out within most utilities. So this example here along the bottom axis, I've got the complexity of use cases as they gradually get more complex, and also the amount of data that's required for this. And so, pardon me. So alarms and raw data probably fit into this bottom corner where you can do some fairly basic use cases and they won't generate a huge amount of data. But as the data starts to increase, you need to start using the power of analytics to understand and drive value from that data that you're collecting. And that allows you to deliver more complex use cases. And finally, can you start to push some of that intelligence to the edge of your network? Can you allow the edge devices to make some of those decisions and collect some of that data for you on your behalf? And here we can see how the individual use cases of faults, power quality, and losses start to fit into that picture. Now, I'm hoping I've actually set a record this week by going at least 20 minutes before even mentioning the name of the company that I work for. So I work for a company called Itron. We are a multinational company with over 7,000 employees, over 8,000 customers in over 100 different countries. And our expertise is in serving cities and utilities and helping them with their energy and water journey. In terms of our portfolio, we have a wide range of things that we look at, from managing metering data, from electric vehicle charging, from smart cities, and we have some of those examples on our stand if you want to drop by later on today. But I just want to highlight two particular areas this morning. The first area I'd like to talk about is analytics, and secondly, I want to talk about the importance and the emergence of distributed intelligence in managing the low voltage network. So in terms of our solution, we have the ability to take data in from multiple different sources. That could be from smart meters, that could be from transformer monitoring, or even from low voltage feeder monitoring solutions. And that could be from ourselves or from third parties. We're then able to feed that data into an analytics engine, and I'm going to highlight two of our modules here, one which is about managing grid operations, and the second one around revenue assurance. Within this software, we have various abilities to do graphs and to do geographic location of data and actually help you to squeeze the most out of that data as possible. And then finally, there's a workflow management section to this as well that allows you to then take your learning and then push it out to the field crews if it requires further investigation. I also want to mention Lucy Electric here. Again, they're a company that are exhibiting here. We've been working very closely with them, and we've just signed an agreement within the last couple of weeks to work with them around bringing their low voltage feeder monitoring into our solution. And again, I believe that low voltage feeder monitoring provides a way of really understanding very quickly how your network is performing. And again, I would recommend going and speaking to those gentlemen on that stand later today. So within our analytics, we have things like EV and solar detection. We're able to actually look at the load profiles, do various load disaggregation within the analytics, and help identify points on the network where you may have photovoltaics and electric vehicles that you were unaware of. This can then help in terms of the network planning as you start to pull all this data together. From a revenue assurance perspective as well, we have over 100 different analytics that run across our data that will identify various different patterns associated with energy theft. So for example, we have one pattern where it looks for an outage with the meter, so loss of supply to the meter, a tamper alarm, and then when the power comes back onto the meter, a drop in load, showing that maybe something's actually happened at the home. We can also identify patterns of theft as well, where you see load profiles changing in a very strange way, or meters that are potentially disconnected but are still showing significant load through them. And this helps teams then identify risk factors associated with particular sites and allows you to target and manage your theft management that way. So that's just a quick view of our analytics. And again, if you want to know more about this, we're more than happy to speak to you about this on our stand. The final thing I want to cover this morning is distributed intelligence. Now, if I go back 5 or 10 years, if I got a new phone, it was tremendously exciting because of all the new things my new phone could do. But if I jump from an iPhone 8 to an iPhone 12, apart from the difference in screen size, I don't really notice any functionality difference. The same sensors are in both phones. I have an accelerometer, I have a touchscreen, I have connection to the internet. I've got GPS and I've got a microphone. But every single app that is built on that is using those simple set of sensors. And that can be everything from your banking app to your fitness tracker to Pokemon Go. It's all using the same set of functions and same set of sensors. Now, we've taken this approach and we've applied it to electricity metering. Essentially, electricity meters all measure the same thing, volts and current. And whenever you see upgrades happening in meters, it's because there is an upgrade required in the use case. So what we've done is we've worked on developing distributed intelligence, pushing knowledge, pushing power down into the meters, allowing those meters to actually do a lot of the hard work, and then just bring that core data back into your control systems. So, we already have well over 2 million of these meters deployed worldwide. So this isn't just slideware, this is real technology. And each one of these meters has a Linux computer in them. We have an application platform where we have ourselves and third parties and even utilities developing new applications that we can load directly onto meters. We have the ability to do peer-to-peer communication, so some of these meters can interact with each other and develop an understanding of what's happening on the network by sampling different points around the system. Also, we have the ability to sample at a much higher rate than you would do with standard meter reading for just managing your billing. So that can be 1 second, half a second, up to 32,000 times a second, so we can start to look at waveforms and what's actually happening. Now, pushing this intelligence to the edge of the network gives you two real advantages. One is you can distribute all that computational power around the network without having to upgrade all your control center and all your hardware within your infrastructure. Secondly, it reduces the amount of communications required to bring all that data back to the head end. You're only bringing back information when something's actually happened. We have, like I said, we have a wide number of partners that we're working with as well. Some of these names may be recognizable to you. So Bidgely and Net2Grid are companies that work particularly around breaking down the load profile and actually trying to understand what devices are actually on. So this is stuff where the information is then being pushed into the home so consumers can have a better view of how the load disaggregation is helping them to manage their energy use within the home. So I just want to run through a few of the use cases, give you some kind of idea of some of the things that we're talking about. We have things like temperature monitoring that helps you understand where you've maybe got a bad connection in an electricity meter. And initial trials we've had with a utility in North America has had about a 95% hit rate here, where we found the application has actually identified overheating of a meter. People have been gone out and they've been able to replace the meter before there's been the risk of a fire. We've been able to do things like high impedance detection, and what this is doing is helping us identify faults on the electricity network before they even occur. This could be things like broken insulators or low voltage joints that are beginning to break down on underground cables, allowing you to make asset decisions ahead of the fault actually happening rather than actually just waiting for the fault. We also have things like EV awareness, where the network and the meters will talk to each other and actually identify maybe where an electric vehicle has come on the network or where there's photovoltaics have been added to the system. We can also do things like detect meter bypass. Again, another indicator of potential theft on the network. And things like bellwether voltage, this is a really important one, particularly where you have photovoltaics on a low voltage network. So that can significantly change what the load profile looks like down your cable in terms of managing the voltage. Again, a massive challenge that we've seen with some nations where they've rolled out photovoltaics at a high level. So particularly Germany, they've seen this issue. So first of all, I want to thank you for your time this morning and your attention. In summary, I believe that electricity networks are complex systems. The change that we're seeing, particularly in the low voltage, is introducing new potential methods of failure, and we need to start looking at this low voltage network, instead of it being the last mile, being the first mile. I think there are a range of different solutions that are required to understand the visibility, to start introducing control and eventually automation into the low voltage network. And finally, distributed intelligence can be a method of actually pushing additional computing power to the edge of your network and helping you understand. I'll be around for the rest of this morning. If you want to come and see us at our stand, we'd be more than welcome to talk to you any further, and feel free to contact me via my email if you've got any further questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Burns. We will start the next seminar at 10:40. Please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Dr. Aaesha Saeed Alshehh, the Director of Water Production at Ittihad Water and Electricity, to address the session on energy efficiency, sustainability, and conservation. Dr. Aaesha, welcome on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Thank you very much.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. جمعة مباركة عليكم. My name is Engineer Aaesha Saeed Alshehh from Ittihad Water and Electricity. I would like to thank Wetex organization to give us the opportunity to be part of this great event. Our title of the presentation is Energy Efficiency, Sustainability, Conservation. As you are aware, this is the year of the sustainability, and United Arab Emirates will host COP28 by the end of this month. For those who didn't know about Ittihad Water and Electricity, Ittihad Water and Electricity is assigned by government to serve the Northern Emirates in the United Arab Emirates. It will look for services for 5 Emirates, Ras Al Khaimah, Ajman, Al Quwain, Fujairah, and part of Sharjah, where in central area in Adad and Al Madam. Ittihadwi is an independent semi-government entity. Its main 2 objectives to cater the needs of electricity and potable water of the population based on the northern parts of the United Arab Emirates. The company provides services approximately for 490 and 966 customers in the northern part of the Emirates. When we are talking about energy security, energy conservation, energy security, and sustainability, we have to focus in many pillars as we have to look on it and work on that side. First main aspect is energy security. Energy security, we have 2 main key points: resilience of energy system as well as security of the supply and demand management. Ittihad Water and Electricity developed many projects and to meet its growing demand in the Northern Emirates. Example, building a new substation, 33 11 kV volts in different allocation within 5 Emirates based on the technical commercial feasibility assessment studies. 132 11 kVs substation are being established to reduce the load of the main substation as well as to cater the new developing demand in that areas. Upgrading of SCADA network management system as well as distribution management system are being established in the latest version of application software and new hardware. Implementation of cybersecurity of application hardware to control system environment in compliance with NISA, the National Electric System Authority guidelines. Initiation of the project to study of the commercial feasibility studies of distribution management system to current and future distribution demand. For the energy security, we have main key strategic KPIs. The main KPIs is around about system average interruption frequency, the SAIFI, where we have highlighted the last 3 years for 20, 21, and 22, the targeted one and the achieved one. The second one is system average interruption index, the SAIDI, for the 3 years, 20, 22, 21, and 22, for the target and for the achieved one. Also, energy transmission and distribution network coverage of the reduced demand, where almost we are met the requirement of the customers, and as well as the electricity demand forecast, the percentage, where we also achieving 100%. The second part in the sustainability energy equity, where the energy are available and accessible to everywhere, we have to assure that awareness and consumption is well identified in this part. Etihad Water and Electricity is earnestly pursuing conservation effort, channeling, reducing towards raising awarenesses and spearheading initiatives. Our endeavors aim to encourage sustainable practices and reduce energy and water consumption across various sectors like residual, commercial, industrial, and agricultural, where it's the most consumer in this part. Transparent reporting and stakeholder engagement, ESG reports development. Transparency is paramount in our operations. Etihad Electricity is geared up to release its environmental, social, and governance ESG reporting and to adopt edition schedule for 2023. For the control system is a department monitor control electrical network covering all the Northern Emirates and ensuring continuous electricity services for all Etihad Water and Electricity consumers. Control system was first commissioned in 2000 and later upgraded in 2012 and last being upgraded in 2016. Also, cybersecurity has been modified to match the NISA requirement and its guideline. ISO 20001 for security system has been given also to Etihad Water Dispatch Center. Control system responsibilities. Operation electrical network in safe and economic manner. Study all electrical programs through automation system to avoid any incident in power outages which might adversely affect the electrical services provided by Etihad Water and Electricity. Prepare studies for demand forecasting. Prepare any varieties of reporting. The control system having three main divisions: dispatch control section, operational safety section, network management sections. The control system are operating 24 hours, 7 days. It is confront days-to-day failure and to provide swift response in case of any blackout. Monitor and adjust network voltages and to maintain the electrical network. Assume and prepare forecast loads for the short run. Carry out the planning necessary studies to control the electrical network in economical, safe manner. Prepare contingency plans to control center and update it. Pursue joint with the internal department and other external departments. Maintain stability of electrical network by studying all the planned program and emergency program in a safe way in order to avoid any mistake which may affect the being and the asset life. Reports to follow the system abnormalities to the connected departments, authorities when the action is necessary required. Under the processes, we are looking to main targeted authorization control, manage security and supply, manage emergency, and manage the peak demand. Also, under the processes and the quality of health safety manner, we are managing safety permits, system safety inspection, competency assurance, and we carried out several training, awarenesses, and conductions. For network management system, to ensure the continuous availability of substation, automation, and network quality, and solve the defective devices or whatever received, carry out the data engineering and master station that create reports or new substation and expansion of the network. Perform the necessary tests to ensure the readiness and the reliability of the stations before handing it over to the concerned sections to monitor and control. Ensure the readiness and availability of information emergency control center through actual failure over the test. Prepare and execute the preventive maintenance, all under network management system. Manage and control system projects coordinate and support the project department and other departments with the requirements. Ensure that all NMS follows the guidelines related to the security in line with the requirement of national security. Also, in the process, we have to assure the network quality, data engineering, readiness of the emergency control system, as well maintenance of network management. The other aspects which belong to the sustainability is environmental sustainability of the energy system, which mainly emphasize the energy security, productivity, decarbonization, and emission and pollution. And continued energy partnership with Abu Dhabi, as Ittihadwi is entering into a new long-term collaboration at with the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, EWIC, to continue source supply from Abu Dhabi. This decision underscores our green commitment, giving Abu Dhabi recommendable energy intensity metric CO2 per kilowatt hours, which is significantly below average global average and comparable in the region. The future readiness of the sustainability projects, medium to long-term initiatives. We are laying groundwater several future-oriented project design for a profound sustainable impact, including the embrace of demand-side management and the progressive integration of distributed solar energy solution. Championing green mobility, electric vehicles charging infrastructure. Ittihad Water and Electricity is amplifying its effort in the electrical vehicle domains, laying the blueprint for an extensively rollout of public electrical vehicle charging station. This position as a catalyst in the border's transition to clean energy and mobility. AMI smart metering system. Why we need AMI smart metering system? We have to make the utility smart enough through many points, boost efficiency and reliability, in energy saving through reduction, consumption, but better customer services and more accurate bills, fraud detection and technical losses, reduce balancing costs, increase competition, leveling of the demand curve, big reduction, also reduction of carbon emission. For the smart metering journey, we are already started from 2010. Pilot tests are conducted from 2010 to check the visibility and the performance of the project. And the phase one, which was during the period of 2015 and 2018, of the rollout is initiated that all city meters of the high load and bulk load consumers, approximately 34,500 high load and 800 bulk load consumers were integrated end to end. For phase two, which is started from 2019 up to coming 2026, the phase two of the roll is running for the residual electricity of water meters. The project is awarded to Etisalat to integrate more than 450,000 electricity metering points and 3,060 water metering points to up to 2026. The initiatives, the third part we have to focus on it is the reservation on the power side. We have many initiatives that carried out and taken place in Ittihad Water and Electricity. The initiatives of installing water-saving devices home in the Northern Emirates for free. This initiative is called Il Khairin Rashid. This initiative is aimed at improving water efficiency and integrated government setting, including school, mosque, and other important facilities. The program involved the free of cost of various water-saving devices, such as aerators, water basins, kitchens, faucets, toilet tanks, shower heads, and irrigation sprinklers at location where water wastage is more critical within customer properties. This makes it the pioneering and nature of these initiatives. The target of these initiatives is around 37,054 houses of locals. For the government entities, it is around 465, and 174 schools, and 238 for mosques, and 53 governmental buildings. Among the important results of these initiatives, achieve around 37% average reduction in water consumption from all categories combined, reduction in nearly 90,000 for CO2 emissions, saved a total of 1 billion gallons of water, also resulted in saving 23 million, this is AED dirham. The initiatives Baytuka Yahamuna, or Our Home is Our Care. Initiative to improve for housing the highest consumers, Your Home is Our Care. The initiative is centered around implementing best practices and enhancing energy efficiencies for residential setting through energy audits and retrofitting of key energy-saving devices. The program includes complementary installation of more efficient electrical application like LED savers in area where significant energy losses within customer houses. The targeting one for this project is around top 100 with houses with the highest level of the consumption. The main output of these initiatives is achieved 100% target consumer-rich energy audit, achieve 79% target consumer and retrofitting, achieve 9.5 reduction in electricity consumption where COVID considered COVID impact because this one around starting from 20 up to 22. The second initiatives, installation of electric vehicle chargers in line with the energy strategy 2050 and in accordance with the government directly related to the provision infrastructure encouraging electrical vehicles and activated, the initiatives support the low carbon transportation in the Northern Emirates and through the installation of public electrical vehicles EV charging stations. In phase one, Etihad Water and Electricity has conducted a pilot program installing 36 charging stations in prominent public locations across different Emirates and to encourage customers to switch to electricity vehicles. And building on the success of the phase one, and according to EV adoption trends, in the UAE, Etihad Water Electricity plan to expand its deployment to into charging station, covering widely geography and targeting various customer segments. As phase two initiatives, Etihad is partnering with the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure to establish special purpose vehicles, SPVs, will provide power for charging electricity vehicles in the Northern Emirates. This will also involve the Department of Public Fast and Regular Charging Point at strategic traffic locations. The initiatives encompasses the initial setup of the legal entity, the SPV teams, services offering business operation, initial equipment installation and commissioning. Objectives of these initiatives evaluate the operating model before amplifying and profilitation of large-scale deployment, accessing consumer behavior, electricity consumption and grid, interconnection integration challenges, ability to establish standard and specification for electrical vehicle charging station, also readiness creation, both infrastructure and services for the customer. Contribute to CO2 reduction, ability to design and offer seamless services of electric vehicle customers under a new entity. And this activity is going on. Manzili, this Manzili new initiatives with the partnership with Ras Al Khaimah Municipality. The Manzili program is the core of the initiative is to assess customer energy consumption pattern and offer customized energy saving recommendation and solution through complementary energy audits. Etihad Water Electricity goal in this program is to encourage customers and to embrace the energy conservation practices, as well to establish an incentive structure at the guarantee customer receive 1 dirham as an incentive for every 1 dirham saved. So any reduction in power as with comparable to 1 dirham will be have saving in 1 dirham. Pilot of this target is 300 customers in Emirates of Ras Al Khaimah. Objectives of these initiatives enhance customer awarenesses of key energy reduction hotspots, also to ensure establish measure of energy conservation instead of free distribution application, also align with Ras Al Khaimah strategy energy conservation objectives and its strategy, measure success in Ras Al Khaimah pilot and plan for proliferation across the Emirates. Thank you for your listening. Feel free if you have any question, please.
Thank you, engineer, for the excellent presentation and the saving initiatives you have taken for Emirati households. I have one question. In northern Emirates, especially Ras Al Khaimah and the other northern Emirates, a lot of industrial activities there. We know a lot of new factories are set up, crushers are there. So what are the initiatives? Can you tell something briefly about for industrial segment, what you are doing?
Yeah, for Etihad Water Electricity, as I'm highlighting, that we are working on electrical vehicle, and this is as a pilot scale, and now expanding among the Emirates. So this one will be transfer from the energy into a green, and this will also reduce the carbon emission. This is the main goal. We are working on it now, and it is under processing. Also, as I mentioned, this is Manzili initiatives, where any reduction in local house in Ras Al Khaimah will be equivalent to reduction in its bill by 1 dirham.
Thank you.
We'd like to thank Engineer Aaesha Saeed Alshehh on this insightful seminar. Now, with our raffle winner for the second seminar, we have Hissa Abdullah. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your award. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the next seminar at 11:20 a.m. Please make sure you register at the registration area to take part in the raffle draw. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you register for this seminar to enter the raffle draw, which will take place after the seminar. Now, we invite Mr. Ali Badran from Afaq Al-Khalij Engineering. He's the head of Customer Solutions Center, and he will be discussing disrupting emerging innovative technologies in energy, water, and environment. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be with you today and to give you an introduction of the next generation of connectivity solutions for smart metering. And when I talk about smart metering, I talk about battery-operated smart metering. My name is Ali Badran. I work with the metering since 2013. I'm helping utilities in the Middle East to implement fixed network solutions and advanced metering infrastructure solutions that utilizes radio technologies in all different applications. Let's start our journey. If you look to this diagram today, our world is excessively using a lot of connectivity solutions. We have Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, NFC, 5G, 4G, wireless M-Bus. All of these technologies have found their ways in our lives. And in this aspect, if you look to simplify the categories of the connectivity solutions that we have today, we can simplify it in the amount of data that the connectivity solution can offer to the end devices, and also the range that can be achieved from the end devices to the receiver. And since our topic is about smart metering, and smart metering's data is usually limited between 100 to 200 bytes, our focus will be the low-power wide area network solutions. Let's dive in these solutions. If I ask my audience today, what is your experience with the low-power wide area network solutions, I'm quite confident that I will hear people talking about WISE. Other people will talk about Sigfox. Some of you will tell me about LoRa. And lately, we are hearing a lot about NB-IoT. And of course, we don't need to forget that a new technology have found its way in our life that is called MIOT. And all of these solutions are fantastic in their use cases and applications. And the topic today is not to compare which is good and which is bad and which is useful for which application, but to dive in what they have in common. And since we talk about low power wide area network solutions, of course, they are offering all of them for battery operated devices the ability to manage the battery in a more efficient way. Additionally, all of them can allow devices to communicate over long distances, beyond 10 kilometers. And they are already in use in a lot of IoT applications that are part of any smart city initiatives. But this is not new, so what else they have in common? In specific, when we consider smart metering. The common thing that they have today is none of them are designed for optimum smart metering purposes and use cases required for our customers, and in specific, the utilities today. Why? Let's dive into the use cases that our utility customers are facing today. One of the most important use case is the interoperability. The interoperability means that utilities are expecting to have multiple sources of devices to be used from different manufacturers. But the element of having different manufacturers in place will require that all devices should talk also in the same language. If I want to make sure that I am communicating in an efficient way, I'd like to talk in English. And in English, and this is what you can compare it as interoperability. The expectation is to have one common language, so the integration of such kind of devices will be much smoother. Of course, also the expectation is to continue having a solution for these end devices to communicate over very long ranges. And in specific, when considering the minimum amount of data concentrators that are required to receive all these end devices. So the ideal case is not to have a lot of redundancies in the network and to have one very limited data concentrators that are able to receive as much as possible of end devices in the field. The utilities today also have the challenge that they are not only looking to have data that are used for billing aspects or small use cases of monitoring, but they require also high data granularity along with high data actuality. That means they want to have a lot of frequency of data now and not later, not transmitted at a later stage. So I need the data now in order to operate efficiently. We also see that deploying networks in the field comes with a lot of challenges since we are using the ISM band, the Industrial Scientific Medical Band. And in this band, not only the metering devices are communicating, but also a lot of IoT applications can communicate, which can cause signals to collide in the air and that no one is able to use or to receive his information efficiently. That's why the solution should also support a robustness towards that kind of interferences. Not to forget, today we have, all of us, a sustainability strategy and KPIs towards sustainability, and to maintain as much as possible and maximize the use of assets for longer life cycles. And for this, the solution of connectivity should also support the minimum power consumption possible on end devices. Also, we are seeing that the trend of security and data privacy is playing more and more role in our life. We need to ensure that data is not getting manipulated and customers' data are protected. Thinking about solutions, connectivity solutions, there are two sides or two options of connectivities. The one that can be deployed as a plug and play, so one-way communication, and can be received automatically by any receiver, and the one that require pairing and exchange of information between the end device and the data concentrator. Both of them are important, but in many cases, we see that deploying end devices, and specifically for smart metering, require also the use case, to consider the use case of plug and play operation. Today, some utilities are looking not only to operate meters and networks, but also to own the network itself, the communication network. Some of the utilities have started thinking about data models that relies on network operators. Of course, this model can also can come with significant advantages, but the other side of the story is that you need to take into account the risk that if the network provider is planning to switch his solution within 5 years or 6 years, so it's less than the lifetime of operation of your devices. And therefore, the solution of connectivity should allow the possibility of owning the network. Flexibility and readiness to operate in AMR and AMI application is also an important milestone, because utilities today, they don't buy a whole end-to-end solution, meters, receivers, software and system, and analytics behind in one go. A lot of utilities, they do it in single steps. For example, many utilities today, which are existing also in the Middle East, they started buying the smart meters. And these smart meters are already equipped with radio or a kind of interface and connectivity interfaces, which cannot be utilized without a fixed network or an AMI solution. And the ideal way is, in order to progress with the setup of a network until the network is set up, is to be able to utilize that communication that is available already on the meter. And I'm talking here about a drive-by possibility. So you do an automatic meter reading through a drive-by, and you collect the readings automatically until you build up your network step by step. Also, you are familiar with the history of last year and the year before, where the whole world was suffering of the shortage of components. And everybody have seen how important it is not to think about a solution or a technology provider or a chip manufacturer that is single source and that is unique in the world. Because the last thing that you want to have is to stay in a queue and waiting for your devices to be delivered to you, and others are able to get much faster access to their devices or to their solution. Therefore, the solution of connectivity should be independent from single manufacturer sources. And not to forget that the population of the world is growing and continuous growing. The cities are going towards initiatives like smart cities, so the amount of connected devices is growing and growing exponentially, and all of them are using similar frequency bands. And therefore, the importance of a solution, a connectivity solution, is to be able to be future scalable, so to manage within the same channel as much as possible these kind of devices in high density areas. Yeah. Last use case is about the ability to communicate efficiently of data amount between 100 and 150 bytes in one go. And the reason for this is when we talk about a meter is not only delivering a volume or a reading or an alarm. A meter today is equipped with a lot of sensors. Yeah. Many sensors and many data, many calculations happening in the background of the meter that can be transmitted as well. And this is useful information that helps utilities not only to operate networks, but also to monitor the end devices and the performance of the end devices themselves. Yeah. So with all these use cases, we came across a lot of challenges when we talk about the previous LP1 technologies. But the question now is, how can this be achieved? And the answer is given by the Open Metering System Group. The Open Metering System Group, as you know it today, have the OMS Generation 4 that is actually designed for short-range devices, for short-range communications. And in December 2023 and January 2024, a new specification of the OMS Generation 5 is going to be released. And in this generation, it is going to describe how OMS is going to be implemented in a low-power wide area network solution. Let's have a look of, or an insight of what is coming up with the OMS 5. We talk in the OMS 5 about two specific modes. One of them is the burst mode. Burst mode is nothing but sending one data stream in a one frequency on a channel, one single channel, and within a specific period of time. In this mode, there will be 4 channels. 3 of them will be dedicated with a data rate up to 10 kilobit per second, and 1 channel will be with 125 kilobit per second. The second transmission mode that OMS is going to introduce is the split mode. Split mode is defined as, instead of having one stream of data, we are splitting the data stream into packets. And we are sending this data stream into different frequencies over the time. And here also we will have multiple channels, 4 channels dedicated for split mode. And it's important to mention that the split mode technology have been invented by the Fraunhofer Institute of Technology in Germany, and it's the same technology that is based on MIOTI today. Let's look at what is the advantage of the upcoming OMS in terms of coverage performance. And with coverage performance, I'm considering devices or meters that are installed in real conditions, in a box, inside a wall, inside a chamber, far away from receivers. And thinking about OMS Generation 4, the OMS Generation 4 was, as I explained earlier, designed for short ranges, and the real scenario that can be achieved, or the performance range that can be achieved with OMS 4 was limited between 200 and 300 meters, considering, of course, a suitable antenna. How it looks with the OMS Generation 5, with the burst mode 4, the faster data rate mode. With this mode, it is possible even to achieve distances up to 1 kilometer. And with the second burst mode, which is with a lower data rate, it is possible even to achieve distances for communication between device and receiver between 2 to 3 kilometers. And last but not least, the split mode, and this is the significant and remarkable mode in the whole communication of OMS 5. It is allowing achieving distances beyond 4 kilometers. So what is so special about this split mode? Taking the same diagram today again, you see that we are splitting the data stream into small single packets, and every packet is including information not only about a specific amount of itself, but also data that are contained from other packets. And these packets will be distributed on different channels within a specific frequency band. So we have different frequencies, and they are transmitted on different timings. So you don't have a constant time where every packet is transmitted like 10 milliseconds, one packet, then 10 milliseconds, the next packet. No, there is an algorithm behind it that defines which device will communicate with which time differences. The beauty of this is when it comes to collision scenarios where the band is occupied with additional devices, it will reduce the amount of damaged packets when it comes to collisions. Yeah. So amount of corrupted packets will be limited. So more packets will come through to the receiver side. And thanks to the forward error correction algorithm, it is possible to reconstruct this whole information again at the receiver side. Even if we lose 50% of the packets transmitted over the air, with the remaining 50%, it's possible to reconstruct the whole information again. So this is allowing a high robustness of the communication. And with the high robustness, we get, of course, the advantage of the higher coverage range. So even for devices that are far away located and the devices that are very near to the receiver located, that the difference in power will not play a role in disturbing the faraway meters. Yeah. And also the amount of, since we are using splitting and different frequencies, the collision in the same band will be less, and that means we can fit more devices into the same band. And not to forget about the cost efficiency of deploying data concentrators today. We want not to have multiple data concentrators managing all these meters, and therefore, it is possible with this kind of split mode for one gateway to receive as much as possible. And since sustainability is an element that we need to keep in mind, how it looks like in the power consumption way, you can see here in this diagram a comparison between different technologies, communication technologies, and the OMS different transmission modes. And what you see as a result, with all these OMS modes, it is possible to achieve even much better energy efficiency on battery-operated devices. If you are interested to learn more about the split mode technology, which is also based in MIOTI and going to be utilized in OMS 5, I'd like to invite you for the Global Summit of MIOTI Alliance that is going to be held in Dubai on 31st of January. And you can register using the QR code, or also you can visit us on our booth that is located in Arena 2, GSP 6. And I want to thank you for all your attention and wish you a lovely and joyful last day of Wetex. Thank you very much. Any questions? If you have any questions later, I'm, as I explained earlier, available on the booth, Arena 2, GSP 6. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Badran. Ladies and gentlemen, for the raffle draw, we have Aban Kasumi. Please go to the registration area to receive your reward. We will start the next session at 12 p.m. Please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Now, let's all welcome Dr. Venkataramana Runkana and Ms. Vaishali Anil from Tata Consultancy Services to address the session on digital twins for sustainability. Welcome on the podium, our speakers.
And pointer. Okay, sure, thank you. Shall I start? Can you hear me? Thank you. Shall I start? Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Venkataramana Runkana from Tata Consultant Services. Thank you very much for joining this presentation. And during the next half an hour or so, we'll be sharing some of the work that we are doing on one of the challenging problems we are facing, especially the sustainability. And all of us are grappling with the problem of how to transition to the so-called net zero. TCS has been working in this space, internally doing research on some of the challenges that we are facing, and also working with our industrial customers as well as partners in deploying these solutions for providing sustainability related solutions to various industries. As you all might know, because we have to all work towards reducing the carbon emissions, and there is the so-called net zero, is to ensure that all the emissions are balanced by whatever we are actually consuming. And as you can see, many companies are approaching this problem in various ways. So there are multiple handles, I would say. Each company is addressing, trying to see how to become net zero by 2030, 2040, 2050. Some of them may be a little late, but everyone is trying to see how to achieve the net zero as early as possible, so that we are all safe and the planet becomes sustainable. There are many challenges that you can see here in terms of how to reduce emissions, how to reduce waste, how to replace fossil fuels with renewable energy or hydrogen and things like that. So what I have shown here are a couple of companies, incidentally energy companies, that are looking at various various possibilities on how to reach this net zero transition. For example, some of the companies are working on, instead of producing oil or coal and things like that, they are now transitioning to wind energy, solar energy and things like that. Similarly, there are some companies are working towards energy storage, batteries and things like that. There are companies that are, hydrogen is one of the alternatives, biofuels, or even replacing their current business models of producing oil or with specialty chemicals. So there are various alternatives people are looking at how to become net zero. As you will all see, it is a very dynamic situation. But it is not only dependent on what you do, but it also depends on how you, the end users or consumers, or the industry that you are supplying. For example, for an oil company or energy company, which is providing fuel to automotive, it depends on how the automotive industry is actually transitioning, or the aviation industry. So this is where actually it is not only dependent on how you actually develop your own solutions, but also how your consumers, for example, even society. We have been, or rather we still continue to use thermal power, but let's say society in general moves to renewable energy. Then what happens to all the thermal power plants? So what is the most economical way? Just yesterday there was a talk on circularity, for example. How do we deal with waste that generated during production of, for example, batteries or production of solar cells? So this is where actually various industries are trying to see what is the best way to achieve the net zero as early as possible. TCS, being a responsible company, is also working, doing certain things, trying to reduce scope 1 emissions, scope 2 emissions ourselves, and also working with our partners, vendors, suppliers, and of course, even our own customers in how to not only reducing our own emissions, but also helping other companies in reducing their own emissions, be it energy companies, or water or power utilities companies, or transportation companies. TCS is actually creating solutions to help them in achieving net zero. So some of the things that you can see here are like, for example, we have put targets like reducing water usage year on year by about 3%. We have a target of reaching net zero by about 2030. And there are, of course, how to reduce waste, even selecting the vendors based on their own sustainability practices. So these are some of the things TCS itself is doing. But at the same time, we are also working on solutions that can help the industries as well as the society in general. TCS is a very large research and innovation organization. I belong to that particular organization within TCS, Tata Consultant Services, in coming up with solutions that can help our own industrial partners or customers in achieving net zero. For example, some of our research work is focused on how to reduce emissions in the current practice itself, because you cannot transition from the current situation of using fossil fuels to continue completely renewables immediately. There is a certain time path, that time period that we need. Now, how to reduce emissions? This is where actually we have been using digital twins, which I'm going to cover a bit later on. There are also other solutions we are developing, which are likely to become potentially the solutions for addressing this net zero problem. For example, carbon capture. Many industries, like for example, power plants, steel plants, or even utilities companies, energy companies, emit a lot of carbon emissions. Okay. How do I capture carbon dioxide instead of releasing it to the atmosphere? As you all know, the levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere have now reached very high levels, 450 ppm. It has to reduce. Already there is so much of carbon dioxide. While one is trying to see how to capture that from the air, what is called direct air capture, there is also need for capturing the carbon dioxide at source itself. That means where you are emitting, maybe it from the automobiles, be it from the power plants, be it from the steel plants, be it from the refineries. So this is where carbon capture becomes one important thing. One of the challenges here is how to reduce the emissions, how to reduce the cost of such operations economically. So that is one area where TCS is actually working with one of the startup companies I'm going to cover a little more. Similarly, energy storage. This is another important thing. While electric vehicle batteries have become very important thing for electric vehicles, which are already now kind of mainstream, but energy storage is also an important thing. For example, even if you have to depend on renewable energy sources, the storage becomes very, very critical. So this is where actually batteries come into picture. And things like, for example, circularity. In fact, there was a very nice talk yesterday on the circular economy of solar cells. We all know about the good things about solar energy, but then what are all the drawbacks of solar energy? How do you produce solar cells? What is the kind of energy that you consume? What are the emissions that are actually coming out? Similarly, what happens to the solar cells after you produce them, after they are beyond their use? There are, millions of solar panels that are now actually landfilled, which is a huge waste of materials. There is a big problem of how to actually recover valuable materials from that. So how does one actually look at circularity? So these are some of the things that we are looking at. Replacing, for example, fossil fuels with green fuels, even renewables. TCS is, as I said, we are working with how to reduce the emissions from the current operations and also come up with solutions in future that can actually be helpful in reducing emissions, reducing especially both carbon emissions as well as the other toxic emissions like NOx, SOx, and things like that. So I'll talk a little bit more about the current solutions that we have developed. This is where actually TCS, being a IT and software company, artificial intelligence, as you all know, data has become very, very important. Unlike earlier days, now data is also available. TCS has its own artificial intelligence solutions, and we have been working with some of our partners in how to utilize this data and then help them in optimizing their operations, optimizing the performance of assets to what are known as digital twins. And we have been doing it for quite some time now. not only for reducing emissions, but also for improving the efficiency of operations across industries, like for example, steel plants, refineries, power plants, automotive, etc. Based on our own experience, we define the digital twin as something that works in real time, taking all the sensor data as well as any other source of data in a manufacturing entity and coming up with recommendations, decisions that can help you in improving your KPIs. For example, let's say reducing emissions or improving safety or improving productivity or improving quality and things like that. And to do this thing, we have been, of course, while this is all conceptually fine, but ultimately you have to deploy this in real on the shop floor. This is where we have been working with some of the industries which are actually very hard to reach net zero. For example, we have been working with power plants quite a lot in Japan. One of the challenges here, as you know, thermal power plants are one of the major sources of emissions, not only carbon emissions, but also the other toxic emissions like NOx, SOx, and things like that. They have to meet WHO regulations. And so we have developed digital twin solutions in reducing emissions from one of the key units in a thermal power plant, like the boiler, for example, right? We developed machine learning models as well as, of course, because, you know, combustion of coal and things like that, they are all dependent on physics of that thing. So we combine hybrid digital twins, combining physics with machine learning, deep learning models, and then help them in reducing NOx emissions by about almost 10%. Similarly, we have also helped in reducing improving the efficiency of power production by reducing the coal consumption. And that actually helps in overall cost of power production. Even setting up power plants, many a time you have to do a lot of trials to find out what are the best conditions to run a power plant to give performance guarantee to a utilities company. So how to reduce the commissioning of such boilers. So these are all various examples where we have developed these artificial intelligence based solutions based on digital twins. These are all in working in production environment in several power plants in Japan. This is one example of how digital twins, artificial intelligence can be utilized in meeting our sustainability goals and ultimately helping us in reach net zero. The second example is on circularity. In fact, before we move to circularity, what is more equally important, especially for the energy and utilities companies, is the problem of leakage. Leakage, for example, many of you are, I'm sure, must be from the utilities company, water utilities. You know, water leakage is one of the major problems across the world. Apparently, something like 30% of the water that is actually treated is lost during the transportation. Now, how do I minimize those such leakages? Similarly, if you walk into any running, let's say, a plant, steel plant or a power plant or any chemical processing plant or refinery, what I'm showing here is example from a refinery that we work with in a company in Europe, is the leakages from the various pipelines in a refinery. So how does one actually detect such leakages? There is a tool called mass balance. That is, there are certain materials come in, certain materials go out, but how do they actually get converted during this process? Where are the leakages that are happening? This mass balance as a tool can help not only in improving the understanding the performance of each individual unit in a refinery or a utilities company, but also across the whole plant. So we have come up with an artificial intelligence based solution to convert the whole refinery into a network similar to like the water utilities network you have in a city, for example, right? Identify all the sensors, build hundreds of what are known as soft sensors. In fact, one of the challenges is you cannot put sensors everywhere. You can put sensors in some places, but there are situations where you cannot put sensors because the environment is not conducive. So we built what are known as soft sensors, which are nothing but machine learning or deep learning models that work in real time and provide you monitoring solutions for telling you what are the leakages, how is a particular unit is performing and things like that. And ultimately, a very efficient artificial intelligence and automation algorithms to come up with this solution in real time. Now, this has helped us in identifying how the leakages or how the performance of refinery is happening right now. But this itself can also be is of very valuable when it comes to circularity. Like for example, you are trying to recycle plastics. You are trying to recycle batteries. Now, how does one actually look at how much of that batteries recycled material is actually coming into the plant? How much it is actually getting transformed in the process? How much of it is actually going into the final product? This is where actually mass balance will really help to know that we are actually substituting the pristine or raw materials with recycled materials and how much of that is actually being reused. This is relevant not only for the refineries, but also especially for the water utilities companies, or even, as I mentioned earlier, for batteries, solar cells, and things like that. These are a couple of examples where we have already utilized these digital twin solutions, but I'm not going to, in fact, based on all of this, TCS itself has created a fairly generic platform known as InTwin for doing all these analytics using artificial intelligence algorithms and developing and deploying these digital twin solutions across industries. Of course, anyone is interested, you can always go to TCS website and get to know about this. This is the platform that we use for developing as well as deploying these digital twin solutions across industries. And these are actually already, as I have mentioned, they are already deployed in multiple solutions, like I said, power utilities, steel plants, even automotive, in optimizing the fuel consumption in running cars, reducing emissions. And some of these, of course, so for example, even like I mentioned, instead of coal, power plants now trying to use biomass. How much can we actually take it from, replace coal with biomass? Okay. So these are some of the examples where we have been using these artificial intelligence digital solutions that are already deployed in real life. I will now talk about some of the challenges that are still faced by the industries. And the first of them is the carbon capture, which is a very, very big challenge across industries, not just for only, let's say, power plants. It is also important for steel plants. It's important for cement plants, as some of you may be knowing, including utilities companies, energy companies. They all emit carbon emissions. As I mentioned earlier, there is already a huge amount of carbon dioxide already in the atmosphere because we have emitted so much of carbon dioxide already in over so many years. But now, how does one capture it from the source itself so that before it gets into the environment? This is where actually now we are working with one of the startups in India to come up with process technologies as well as digital twins to optimize the capture of carbon dioxide from actual source, be it thermal power plants, be it refineries, be it utilities companies, so that the carbon dioxide does not get into the environment. In fact, this is where actually we are now using digital twins to evaluate various process configurations to find out what is the most economical process. Because one of the challenges here is the cost of capture itself. To capture 1 ton of carbon dioxide, now it costs more than $100. Apparently, it becomes economical only when it comes down to something like $20, $30 per ton. So how does one reach from more than $100 to $30 per ton is actually the major challenge. And we are now working on how to identify the best process, how to identify the best design of such processes through digital twins. The second example, as I mentioned, is where TCS has invested and is again working with various industries, is in batteries. Batteries, while they are important for electric vehicles, but they have also become important from the energy storage, especially when you have to look at grid resiliency. When you are depending on, as the industry or society as well is moving from fossil fuel based energy to renewable energy, which is kind of not certain all the time. As you all know, solar energy may not be available all the time, wind energy may not be available all the time. So you would like to store it and then supply it to the grid in a resilient manner. So this is where batteries come into picture, and TCS has on its own developed a lithium-ion battery digital twin. We are currently, of course, trying it with electric vehicles because that is where they are already there running on the road. How to improve the performance of lithium-ion batteries, how to enhance their life. In fact, that is one of the major challenges is how does one enhance the life of these batteries so that they don't get into the landfills or getting recycled, because it's a very valuable material, whether it is lithium or nickel or manganese, any of these materials. Mining them is very, very environmentally very, very challenging. And similarly, how to even recycle those batteries. So enhancing the life of these batteries is a very, very challenging problem, and TCS is actually now has built a digital twin. Currently, of course, working with automotive companies, but we are also discussing with energy companies as a good alternative energy storage solution when you are dealing with renewable energy. The third area is where actually TCS again is investing in solar energy. Based on the experience of developing digital twins for other manufacturing plants like refineries, steel plants, or power plants, now we are actually working on how we can translate that knowledge and experience of developing digital twin across the plant for a farm itself, treating each individual cell or an array or a module as a unit in a solar farm, and use automation tools for collecting data from each and every cell to first to enhance the life of these, improve the performance of these solar cells, even predict the, essentially forecast what kind of energy you are going to produce based on, let's say, irradiance, based on the cloudiness of the sky and things like that, and then convert all of this to predict the power that can be produced, and also see what is the best cleaning schedule, for example, what are the, how to enhance the life of these cells, things like that. The second area where we are also investing some, although we have started only recently, not as much as solar, for example, is the wind energy. While the wind turbines have been in place, in fact, maintenance of those wind turbines is a major problem. Similar to the solar energy, even wind energy also, as I mentioned earlier, is not consistently available all the time. There is a certain amount of uncertainty. So which is very strongly dependent on the wind speed, as you all know, which is very obvious. But predicting the wind speed is a major problem. And this is where actually, fortunately, some data was available from one of the European countries, from Denmark. We have built a very fairly sophisticated AI algorithm to predict these wind speeds, which can then help you in the predicting the power generation, and also potentially in optimizing the health of the wind turbines. So this is some work that we have done recently, and of course discussing with incidentally energy companies, companies that are actually producing oil, now moving to wind energy, and trying to see how to deploy this in a real life. So that is a kind of a quick summary of the things that TCS has already done in developing and deploying digital solutions in reducing the emissions currently, and some of the work that we are doing in challenges that are still not solved, like carbon capture, energy storage, solar or wind, etc. But as I mentioned at the beginning, that one particular solution does not solve all the problems. In fact, it is a combination of various options, how to improve the carbon capture, how to substitute with fossil fuels with renewable energy, how to substitute even fossil fuel with green hydrogen or biomass and things like that. So what is the right portfolio? How does one transition from the current state to the, let's say I want to target 2050, but can I reach it early, 2040 or 2030? What is the best way to move there? It's a time dependent as well as path dependent. When I say path dependent means you may invest in certain technology today, but 5 years, why 5 years, even 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, that may or may not be the best solution that you're going forward. So how do I then quickly take a detour or change the course? And this is where actually digital twins can help in identifying the current opportunities as well as the potential paths one can take in optimizing the path you take to reach the net zero. And this is where, of course, we have been looking at individual options so far, but there is a need. In fact, just the day for yesterday, there was a panel discussion in the MENA conference to create a virtual system where you can actually feed in all of these and identify what is the best path for each company, or for the company, even so cities. Cities are also trying to see how they can become net zero. So one could create such digital twin solutions, I would say not just one digital twin, but a constellation of digital twins addressing various aspects. Some digital twin may look at energy storage, some may look at solar, some may look at thermal power plants, some may look at emissions, and come up with solutions to help us in reaching net zero. Thank you very much for your attention. Oh, sorry. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. Otherwise, my colleague Vaishali will cover some of the additional work that we are doing that are, of course, again related to sustainability, and we can take questions after that. Thank you. Vaishali.
Am I audible? Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vaishali, and I'm an innovation evangelist with TCS, known as Tata Consultancy Services. I'm part of the corporate research and innovation. And today I'm going to talk to you about how do we look at the sustainability angle in any sort of R&I spaces across IT sector. Now, given any R&I space, it's important to understand that before we start impacting and building solutions very reliable to sustainability, it's important to look at the vision of this particular area. Now, all researchers within the space of R&I look at impacting and building innovative solutions which can be carried forward for future generations. At TCS, we align ourselves very clearly to our group company, Tata Group of Companies, and the philosophy being that it's important to give back to your community. Your solutions need to be grounded, and they need to have a care and concern for the environment. It's also important to understand that today all solutions within the space of sustainability look at three very major sort of prospects, which is people, planet, and purpose. It's very important that you define all of these spaces while looking at any solutions which are related to sustainability. Today, if you see any most popular sort of reading material that's available within this space, will always talk about a push for carbon footprint, a reduction in it, about using renewable sources of energy, and also about a regenerative approach towards business. Moving forward, I think at corporate research and innovation, especially based on IT sector, we look at all solutions that sort of bedrock in the aspect of computing. All of our solutions are in the intersection of computing with all other domains. So whether it's physics, it's biology, it's chemical sciences, you will find solutions in IT sector that help you solve them. It's also important to understand that all R&I solutions are heavily domain and research-based innovation. Our researchers look at solutions through a very collaborative sort of an approach. It's heavily domain-specific, and they look at long-lasting solutions. So how do we achieve this at TCS? At TCS, we work through a network of labs called as the Innovation Labs, and we have 12 major RAs. So anything from computing to physical sciences to material sciences, life sciences, even media and advertisement. So we have all sorts of RAs working in this space, and it's very proud that we are able to achieve sustainability in almost all of these use cases. Moving forward, I think before I take you through the sort of products and solutions that we are building at TCS R&I, I think it's important to look at a very short video of everything that I've spoken until now. So I'm going to take you through a video on that.
We think, therefore we are. We are, therefore we do. We do, therefore we invent. And oh, we invent. Right from the beginning, we've been inventing for the basics, for the revolutionary, for the thing of beauty and wonder, to constantly recreate and reimagine the world we live in. And those inventions, they've made the world easier, richer, more fulfilling, more right for everybody. And each of them began just as a thought, a moment of, what if? Followed by a determined, why not? In that moment, an inventor is born. And the key to their success lies in the unusual idea they don't dismiss. It lies in their courage to challenge the status quo. It lies in the way they blend science, process, creativity, and hard work. It lies in their foresight that what I do today will have a lasting impact on the world. It lies in that magical moment when their idea stops being radical and becomes commonplace, difficult to live without, normal. And with that idea, they change the world into what they imagined it could be. At TCS Research, we seek out and nurture these thinkers and doers. We aspire to create those life-changing, business-changing, humanity-changing inventions. With scientists and researchers and experts from across industries and disciplines, we collaborate to make people healthier, to provide clean energy, to make the digital world safer so that from different corners of the world, more inventors can have their moment of, what if? Why not? We invent for today, for tomorrow, and for the tomorrow after that, to create the future that's ours to shape, to make an impact on everything there is and on everything yet to come.
All right. So the question on what if and why not. So today I'm going to take you through 3 more use cases other than what Dr. Runkana has already mentioned. The first one being LVAX. It stands for Electricity Value Ecosystem Studio. Now, what is this? As simply put, it's a digital twin for the electricity ecosystem. What is a digital twin? A digital twin is, in the most simplistic fashion, it is basically an AI-enabled digital platform which pretty much mirrors your electricity ecosystem. Now, why is this important? In the electricity market, you will always observe that it's very difficult to quantify your uncertainty. There are so many aspects about this particular space which are unanswered in terms of its demand, the supply, the network models. You look at estimations, control factors. So our platform helps you to sort of monitor each of these aspects. It's also important to understand that this solution that we have also has in silico digital models built in, which means that there are digital simulation frameworks heavily based on domain expertise, which will help you to not just evaluate what's going on, but also help you to forecast and does predictive analytics very well. Again, energy just being produced is of no use. It's also important to sort of integrate it with the grid system. And so here we look at how can multi-grid sort of function. How is it possible for us to look at the uncertainties within that integration? So here are some of the questions that our researchers sort of looked into while building this platform. From all supporting DERs. DERs is nothing but distributed energy resources. Looking at the situational awareness, each of these areas that we work upon. So we have used this platform in the French market as well. And so it's important to be very aware of the terrain that you're working in. And so we take that. We build personalized, customized solutions for all our clients. We're also looking at the sort of operational and control variables within this platform. So in a nutshell, we are able to do a lot of the challenges that today this sort of ecosystem faces in terms of sort of accurately calculating what's required. Is it possible for us to optimize this better and faster and much more intensively? So here, we are not just looking at consumers from the perspective of consuming energy, but can they also become generators? Can they also become sources of generating electricity? So that is what this platform is all about. The next one is by the Life Sciences Group. This is a sustainable waste management practice. It's a very common sort of waste management practice, which is called as bioremediation. Now, what is bioremediation? Bioremediation is nothing but using microorganisms, living or dead, to sort of disintegrate pollutants in any sort of environment. It's a commonly known practice. But the problem with that is, one is that we don't know all sort of bacteria that exist and that can help us. We don't know if it works in all sort of environment. And one of the major challenges with a solution like that is it produces byproducts which may turn out to be dangerous. So at TCS, we are able to find a solution for that. And our solution basically rests on the fact that we have a highly data-intensive sort of platform which has about 20,000 genome clusters of bacteria that can help you disintegrate all sorts of wastage. You name it, we will have a bacterial genome cluster for it, whether it's agriculture, it's mining, it's chemical, packaging. So we'll have these genome clusters with us. We call them micro Avengers, which is that we use a mix and combination of bacterium consortia to sort of work on these pollutants and disintegrate or decompose them completely. The next one is called digital twin for renewables. This is something that Dr. Runkana has already covered a little bit, but similar to what we've been hearing about digital platform for all sorts of ecosystem, we've also built a digital platform for understanding the renewable sector. Now, this is basically on solar and wind farming. We are looking at creating a highly customizable, personalized solution for understanding both of these sectors. These are already working. These are working in different parts of the globe. And what is different about this is that it's, again, heavily physics dominated and uses all AI techniques in itself to make it more robust and intensive. Now, if you look at the basic aspect about this platform, it is that it captures every aspect from how the shaft of the windmill would look like, how much energy it's being able to calculate. To your right, if you see, there are three graphs you'll notice. One is, the red one signifies that of a wind farm, which is already deployed, and that is the sort of performance it's giving in. That's the expected sort of performance that it's producing right now. But with our model and integration of it, we are able to calibrate another sort of curve for it, which we believe is much more highly efficient, and that is on green. The most apt sort of behavior that it should produce is on blue. And you'll notice that green and blue sort of coincide and superimpose together. So with the introduction of our digital twin, we are able to achieve that with our clients. So these are the three sort of solutions that I have for you today. In conclusion, what I'd like to say is that there's a lot of push, a lot of rigor for green technology. It's coming up in a big way. There is not even one industry that's not going to get affected by this. We are all in it, and it's important for us to join hands together to solve these kind of solutions, solve these kind of problems where solutions seem impossible. It's also, in almost all popular literature, it is said that any business that sort of looks at these kinds of performance goal in the space of sustainability is able to do well with their consumers. In fact, your financial revenue of any company is directly proportional to the sort of sustainability goals that you build in within your design of business. With that, I'd like to close. But before that, I'd also want to share that we've been able to partner with Microsoft this year for the COP28. And that's been big for us. And thank you for your patience. Thank you for your time. Thanks. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat and Ms. Vaishali on the seminar. Thank you very much. We have the winner for the raffle draw, Mr. Farhang Fatizadeh. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your prize. Please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. We will proceed with our next session at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Now, let's all welcome Mr. Rabih Solh from Gulf Ethernet Industries Company. He's the sales manager who will be introducing the session on clean energy, green hydrogen. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Rabih Solh. I'm the Market Development Manager in Future Pipe Industries, same name, Gulf Ethernet Industries. And today, I'm going to take you through the contribution of Future Pipe and the energy transition business. And in specific, I'm going to hit on the topic of hydrogen. Topic of hydrogen, which was gaining recently big momentum, and still. So first, just allow me to go quickly through a small introduction on who we are, what we do. Then right away, we're gonna hit the topic by listing what are the challenges today is facing the hydrogen business and how composite can be a solution to hopefully unlock this business at a big scale. So first, who we are. Future Pipe Industries is one of the largest composite piping solution providers, if not the largest. So our journey started half a century ago in 1971, where our first unit was established in Rashidiyya, proudly here in Dubai, under the name of Gulf Ethernet Industries. And with time, after half a century, 50 plus years of experience, we have developed, we have transformed as much as the city and the full area has developed and transformed. And here we are today. We are present in 14 different factories worldwide, 5 in GCC, 2 in the US, 2 in Europe, 2 in Africa, 1 in Asia, and 1 in Middle East. Well, throughout this journey, we have encountered many challenges when it comes to piping systems, and we have successfully addressed these challenges by providing the right solution, having the right solution in place across various markets, from oil and gas and its different sub-application to the different segments of chemical and industrial plants, from power, diesel, petrochemical, you name it, moving to the standard water and infrastructure business, as well as marine and offshore. So as a result of this success, we have earned the trust of our clients and our partners locally in the region and worldwide, which helped us unlocking and executing the largest and most critical projects. Just to give you an idea about the scale of these projects, the level of the risk taken and the criticality. Here we have a photo taken from Ras Laffan project, the largest piping network ever done in composites. This is in Ras Laffan in Qatar, proudly executed by Future Pipe Industries. Right next door here, we have a very prestigious project, Hasyan Power Plant, for which 4-meter dia of GRP pipe, glass reinforced polyester pipe, were supplied for 1/10 of kilometer to be laid under the sea level. Those 6 lines you see here are 4-meter dia pipe used for intake and outflow to carry seawater. Since we are here in DIWA, so it's worth to mention that the thousands and thousands of kilometers forming a DIWA network for potable water are supplied by Gulf Ethernet Industries. The list is long. The project list is, the references are many, from the desert of the UAE to almost everywhere in this world. Okay, so what we do, or before what we do, let us attribute the reason of this success. Mainly, it's attributed to our R&D department. So R&D is a vital requirement, definitely for any industry. And composites is simply one of these industries. Without innovation, without it's innovate or die game, without having continuously cope up with the market requirement, you will not withstand for this long. So for that, we have different R&D offices between Europe and GCC to definitely to come up with the best solution in place to target the new market requirement, and as well to ensure indirect collaboration and indirect communication between different clients in different parts of the world. We are proudly as well part of the NIC, supported by by the players, main key players in the energy sector, ADNOC and Aramco. We are collaborating with DNV when it comes to developing the specification for non-metallic pipes, for hydrogen, for downhole tubing and casing, for the geothermal application in Europe, and the list is, the projects are many. So what we do composite pipes, okay? But why composites? Here in this photo, we have different machines coming from different industries, very sophisticated industries. There is something in common between these photos. Well, at least for me, from a manufacturer eye, I can clearly see the use of composite. Let us take aviation, for example. So aviation is a very delicate industry, is a risk-free industry. Otherwise, nobody will use an airplane to travel, right? And yet, you can see that 50% of the material forming the body of this Boeing 787 is selected to be composite, which means that the material is universally accepted, universally trusted, and universally adopted for the most critical applications, right? Fiberglass is one of these composites, and it's the same material adopted in the production, in the production of our pipes and fittings, and for almost the same features and the same reason. Starting with corrosion resistance, glass fiber are very resistant when it comes to the most harsh and corrosive medium, starting from the basic water applications to different chemical segments, moving to oil and gas, the sour and sweet hydrocarbons with the high H2S content. The lightweight. So composites are very light and very strong. So it has one of the highest strength to weight ratio. That's why it's selected to enhance the efficiency and to reduce the fuel consumption in an airplane, and in piping sector to ensure the fastest, easiest, and cheapest installation and handling procedure. Comes to versatility, as you can see in this photo, fiberglass is very flexible. Any articulation, complex configuration can be done by fiberglass pipes and fittings. And when it comes to durability, this is the game changer. So composites are durable, very durable. Against the most harsh and most stringent standard, which is ISO 14692, we'll hit on it in a few minutes. The lifetime is between 20 years for the harsh, medium, high design temperature, high design pressure, up to 50 years. And still, this material is exceeding expectation, and we will see now a case study in a while, proving that it's even exceeded the 20 years committed or theoretically calculated. But before that, let me take you through a few applications and few tests you don't see in every piping project, special test. I hope it will be interesting. So here we have a project done in a naval vessel. Those people, they want a piping system for different application, and the last headache they want to see is to have a piping system failing in case the vessel is hit by a missile or subjected to a big shock. That's why we were requested to subject a big shock and big load into the pipes. So this is the shock machine. You can see how big it is next to a standard man. And here is the video of the test performed. If you want. Oh, okay, back. Excuse me, can you help me here? Okay. So here we have 250 dia of pipes, well supported by steel and boom, subjected to a 2-ton shock, 2-ton load. The same test will be repeated now with a slow motion. So you can see how the pipe is deflecting to absorb this big shock. After this exercise, the pipe will be subjected to all types of tests, from the hydro test to the LOI to the micro crack test, just to ensure that the integrity is not impacted. And it's perfectly intact. Another application, which is the horizontal direction drilling, in which a long string of composite pipes is pulled by a bulldozer in totally random direction. So you can imagine the amount of stresses exerted on the body of the pipe as well as the joints. And yet the pipeline is snaking in the required direction and doing the intended job. Fire endurance, also a very important feature, especially for the application where the potential to have fire hazards are more likely to happen, like the oil and gas. In composites, most of the level fires are already unlocked, from the impinging flame fire you see in this video, to the hydrocarbon pool fire, moving to the higher hydrocarbon jet fire, where the heat flux reaches 330 kilowatt per meter square. That's why it's adopted as the material of choice when it comes to firefighting systems in the offshore platform, where the access to this platform might take some time. And you need to rely on this material to do the job before the support will reach. The case study. So, in Oman, we supplied in 1987 around 1,300 kilometers of pipes to carry sour hydrocarbon, design pressure 120 bar, design temperature 65 and 100 degrees. Well, Oman decided to remove 41 kilometers of pipes after 18 years of service, just to assess how the quality of the pipe is and whether the 2 years until we reach the end of service will be met or no. And the results are exceeding expectation. So after 18 years of service, the pipe was almost intact. No significant reduction in the mechanical properties. In terms of diffusion of the medium inside the laminate of the wall of the pipe, there was no any chemical interaction between medium and the material. So as a result, the lifetime of the 41 kilometer was extended for another 20 years. And you can have an idea, you can imagine the amount of saving achieved by PDO by doing only this exercise. Okay, now we move to another aspect, not technical, to the environmental aspect, which is very important as well, as important as any of the key features. Especially that these days we see the momentum toward a greener product, towards sustainability topics. And in a few days, we're gonna have the COP28. And Dubai will be the center stage of the world when it comes to sustainability. So it's worth it to give it the load needed. When it comes to the environmental aspect, and as per EPD, the Environmental Product Declaration, there is 5 different measures according to which we can assess how green is a certain product. So for us, what's relevant to our industry is the global warming potential, which is, in simple words, the amount of CO2 needed to produce, transport, install a certain material. So in order to have some references and to compare how green is GRE, the glass reinforced epoxy, in comparison with different material, here we have in this table the global warming potential for HDPE, GRE, steel, and ductile iron. If we look at it as it is in this table, we see that GRE is the second highest material when it comes to carbon emission. So it's not very promising. No. Well, there is a different version of the story. Because when it comes to pipes, pipes are sold, installed per meter, not per kg. And having the GRE is extremely light and strength can be achieved with minimum weight. So the amount of material needed to achieve to produce 1 meter of pipe is much less than HDPE and much less than steel. So by converting this number or the unit from kg of CO2 per kg of material to kg of CO2 per meter, linear meter of pipe, the numbers are totally different. And here is the summary. So GRE is saving CO2 to 3.2 times more than HDPE, 2.2 times more than steel, and 2.19 times more than ductile iron. And here are the numbers by selecting 3 different diameters, 400, 600, and 1000. So this is a game changer. Okay, so now, we know who's featured pipe, what they do. Now, just to hit the topic, hydrogen. In the last few years, we have been hearing a lot about hydrogen as the promising solution to solve all the energy problems, to solve all the carbon emission problem, to put an end for the global warming and so-called global boiling issues. Why? Because it's available, there is no scarcity issue. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. It's literally available everywhere, in the air, in the water, in hydrocarbons, and most of the material. From energy content, it has one of the highest energy content per unit mass. That's why it's used as a rocket fuel. So the the hydrogen look promising, but there is some problems facing this industry, which we'll hit on now. Hydrogen business is not well framed, not well mature to be compared with its competitors like electrification, the green energy coming from electrification. So in order to have a fair comparison, in order to have an apple-to-apple comparison, three main features or three main requirements hydrogen business should have. First, to make some business sense, to be competitive, because the drive is still commercial. Two, to deliver at scale, safely and reliably for sure. Three, to develop in the most carbon and sustainable way, and this is the core of the problem. So in more practical words, what is needed is to move 100% of hydrogen at scale, over distance, cost effectively and sustainably, and then hydrogen business can be scaled up and can be considered as a serious potential to solve the energy problem. For that, there is a major requirement for large pipe, large diameter pipe, high pressure pipe that will be intact by hydrogen. But before jumping into conclusion, let us see what are the challenges, technical challenges facing hydrogen business. First, the energy content. So hydrogen is extremely energetic. It's used, as we saw, as rocket fuel. It has one of the highest energy content per unit mass. But when it comes to storage and transmission, the game is volumetric. So we need to convert this number to energy density per unit volume. And when doing this exercise, we will find that hydrogen, it has only 30% of the energy density of the natural gas being now used in the market as a source of energy. So in other words, in order to maintain the same energy level at the doorstep of our households and industrial firms, we need to transport 3.3 times quantity of hydrogen of that of a natural gas just to maintain the same level of energy. This is a major bottleneck. Number two, how we are going to transport this hydrogen. So the first idea that will come to mind is to use the existing steel network used for natural gas. Well, unfortunately, this is not an option because of the fact of steel embrittlement. Steel, when it's exposed to hydrogen and when it's saturated by hydrogen, the mechanical properties will degrade rapidly. And this what will lead to the embrittlement. The pipe will be very brittle. And failure is more likely to happen. And then hydrogen, a failure means a catastrophe. So this is not an option. Number three, compression. So hydrogen, like any gas, it will undergo through the transmission route some changes in pressure due to the friction losses, due to the changes in temperature, like any gas. But when it comes to hydrogen in specific, and due to its physical properties, the small weight, we cannot use the standard centrifugal compressors or turbo compressors we currently use for natural gas. And to maintain the pressure, we need to use the old school piston reciprocating compressors, which are very expensive. And this is another bottleneck. Last but not least, the governing standards for steel pipelines carrying hydrogen, which imposing a derating factor on pressure by 30%. So if I have a 100-bar steel pipe carrying a gas X, when it comes to hydrogen, it has to be derated by 30%, and the maximum design pressure that this pipe can be deployed is 70. So these are major bottlenecks. So the question here, can we address these challenges by steel? And surprisingly, I'll tell you yes. If you insist to use the same emotional comfort blanket, yes. But given that the strength of steel is inversely proportional to hydrogen, you will end up using a low grade or a steel having a low yield strength, and then end up having a tremendous crazy thickness of pipe. If we add to it the 30% resulted from the derating factor of ASME B31.12, so this thickness will even increase more. We'll end up having a crazy thickness. And if we stick to the rule, having the ability to transport 100% of energy at scale over distance cost effectively and sustainably, where you have two major requirements not met. It's not cost effective and it's not sustainable. And yet the problem of hydrogen embrittlement is not yet resolved, but prolonged. The lifetime is prolonged and it's postponed. Great, what's the alternative solution? Well, composites, GRE. First, let us discuss from a technical point of view, from a performance point of view, how GRE was tested. Well, GRE, the high integrity of GRE pipes and fittings has been ensured by the most stringent standard for non-metallic pipes, which is ISO 14692. And this standard underpins all the requirement and all the standards in oil and gas sector. And it has been adopted by most of the players, as you can see here, most of the players in the energy sector for decades. So this heritage and this legacy can be repurposed toward hydrogen, at least to tick the point of performance, ability to meet the pressure, ability to meet the temperature. But we still need to check on the permeability. Because this is, when we're talking about the smallest molecule ever, H2. Hydrogen. So permeability is a major bottleneck. Here we have a test done by third-party labs where 100 dia pipe coupon was subjected to 100% hydrogen at 100 plus bar, 1,500 psi, around 103 bar, 65 degrees for 60 days. And the same test has been conducted for a full pipe and test joint. And the results even exceed expectation. Yes, we know GRE is very dense. GRE and composites in general are very dense, and the permeability has been tested in the past for H2S to ensure there is no permeation for the oil and gas sector. But for H2, it was surprisingly great. So the results are here. If you see the numbers, at 65 degrees, GRE permeability is 0.018, which is almost 5% that of the PVDF, the premium thermoplastic material. And if we need to convert this number from 65 degrees to 25 degrees to have the apple-to-apple comparison, okay, we have to divide this number by 16, following the thumb rule that every 10 degrees, the permeability will go by square. And the number will be like 0.001, another version of saying zero. So, in conclusion, 100 dia pipe subjected to 100% hydrogen, 100 bar, 65 degrees, after 60 days, no permeation. Same test has been repeated for supercritical CO2, and the test stopped after 240 days with no permeation. So we can say that technically, we do have a solution for hydrogen transmission line. And sustainably, we are using the most sustainable product. And from commercial perspective, the CapEx is comparable, and we have just seen that there is no OpEx and no maintenance, and lifetime exceeds expectation was renewed another 20 years for the case of PDO. So here we have a game changer in the hydrogen business. Okay, how we see the future of hydrogen progressing? We are currently now, we are seeing some pilot projects in different parts of the world, and we are still in this phase, the phase one, where the output of electrolyzers is in the megawatt scale. The pressure range of the transmission lines is between 30 to 40 bar, which absolutely falls under our existing envelope, and we can start now catering this market. How we see the progress at a larger scale, where the capacity will be in the gigawatt scale. As per DNV, the pressure range of transmission lines expected to be between 50 and 70 bar. Well, as we speak now, no, we are not yet there, but we are on the right track. We are very close. We'll come to the plan in a second. What is our focus when it comes to hydrogen business? Well, definitely transmission lines, but also production. We are concerned in the production phase whether reforming for blue hydrogen or by electrolysis for green hydrogen. This is a 3D model of the largest PEM electrolyzer so far executed. It's based on the Central Europe with a capacity of 24 megawatt, hydrogen output 4,200 ton. These pipes you see here in green are carrying what's called ultra pure water, or simply the chemical formula of water, H2O. And by its nature, H2O will always tend to go back to its water state. So it will tend to get all the minerals from the wall of the pipe and as well as from the external environment. And in order to be able to supply pipes for this application, you need to prove that your pipe is extremely resistant to the leaching process, because any contamination of the medium of the ultra-pure water will drastically reduce the output of the PEM electrolyzer. After several trials done with the developer of the electrolyzers, we have reached a product, we call it Wavi Strong ultra-pure water, that is extremely resistant to leaching process. And we're proud to say that this project you see here, the largest PEM electrolyzer existing so far, the pipes were supplied for the ultra-pure water application by Future Pipe Industries. This is the product here. This is the product. It's a fiberglass pipe with, like you can say, intensive care when it comes to the QA ecosystem. It has some black content resulted from the use of carbon fiber for conductivity reason only. So, transmission, we don't see the transmission, even if we have the right product in place tomorrow, we don't see that the vision is to immediately start deploying or start pushing 100% of hydrogen for different bottlenecks and different limitations, mainly coming from the end users. We cannot overnight just switch from natural gas to methane, from methane to hydrogen. So it has to be gradual, and the use of hydrogen should be gradually in order for the end user to adapt, to change it, to change the equipment, just to adapt for the use of hydrogen. So there will be some blending stage in between. And usually this is done in a very controlled area when it comes to security. And we see a genuine opportunity to start deploying GRE in this phase. Because we still have the hydrogen embrittlement, because due to the buoyancy, we will not be having 100% mixed gases between hydrogen and methane. And we will still have few areas where the concentration of hydrogen is extremely high. Okay, so in terms of the tools available now in hand to unlock the hydrogen business, first, the Wavi Strong Ultra Pure Water, the Wavi Strong H2 up to 45 bar that can be deployed immediately to cater for the phase 1 of the hydrogen production. Wavi Strong CO2 for the blue hydrogen where carbon capture application is expected to be there. So what about the future, how the future will look like? As we saw earlier that scale 2 is expected, after we successfully address all the issues at scale 1, we see that we are going to the scale 2 where the pressure will exceed 50 bar, it will reach up to 70 bar, and we are working on this exercise. Here is a photo of 1,000 dia bar, 1,000 dia pipe, GRE pipe, under 100 bar pressure of pure hydrogen for 1,000 hours, almost 1.5 months, to get it qualified for 50 bar. Very soon we'll get the results, and we are ready to challenge ourselves to push the envelope even more to meet the 70 bar. But we need to really see some inquiries coming from whether project developers or electrolyzer developers. Ladies and gentlemen, this was our contribution to the energy transition journey. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, please. Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rabih Solh, on this insightful seminar. Now, we will announce the raffle winner. We have Hoi Tan. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your raffle award. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the next seminar at 1:40 p.m. Please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Now, let's all welcome Mr. Ciaran Duffy from Cisco to address the session on Smart, Secure, and Sustainable Doesn't Require Big Projects. Welcome on the podium.
Okay, hi, good afternoon everyone. Can you hear me all right? Okay, good stuff. Excellent, so my name is Ciaran Duffy. I head up Cisco's Smart Building Solutions practice here in the region. And today at Wetex, I appreciate it's the third day, the final afternoon. Me and a few other sessions are just what's holding you back from the weekend. So if you just bear with me for 20, 25 minutes, the good news is, yeah, I've only got 20 minutes. The bad news is I've got a lot to talk about in those 20 minutes, so bear with me. I'm also conscious the fact that this is Wetex and not GITEX, so maybe some of you aren't familiar with who Cisco is or what we do. So I thought I'd just take a moment at the very start just to kind of give you an idea of who Cisco is and what it is we do then. So a global company based out of San Jose, California. We have the pleasure of working with some of the biggest enterprises in the world, some of the biggest governments in the world, and I think our breadth and our reach makes us a trusted advisor across multiple different verticals, everything from energy and utilities to manufacturing, retail, finance, education, and of course healthcare. And I think that puts us in a unique position in that we can stand here today with credibility in that we actually know what it takes to digitize. We know what it takes to digitize companies, to digitize cities, to digitize buildings. And that's the focus of today's presentation. So I've only got 20 minutes, as I said. I've only got 3 things to talk about. Number 1, I want to talk about Cisco's commitment to sustainability, what we're doing to be a good corporate citizen ourselves, something we hold very, very dear. And then I'll double click on what we're doing with our customers to help them achieve their net zero goals. And then I'll finish on some real world case studies that will actually bring the whole thing to life. So Cisco's ambition is to be fully carbon net zero by 2040. We published our first ESG report in 2005. And probably at about 2019 then, we published our ambitions of when we want to be net zero. So we aim to be net zero across all scopes by 2040 and scopes 1 and 2 by 2025. Circularity is something that's embedded in our business and through all facets of our business, through manufacturing, operations, sales, post-sales. It's something that's embedded into the fabric of the company, if you like. And I'll just kind of take you through some of our I guess, our goals, because there's a lot of, I guess, greenwashing happens lately. You know, people are sort of saying what they're going to do, but are they actually going to do it? So, like I say, we have an ESG report that we publish every single year. You can go to our website and download it. And this is just like a snapshot of what it looks like. And, you know, I'm not going to go through every single bullet point, but on the right-hand side, you can see 2040, but you can see like the goals that we want to achieve in order to get to 2040. So, for example, by 2025, you know, a 75% reduction in foam used in the product packaging that we use. By 2030, an absolute reduction of 30% in Scope 3 emissions. So we've got a pretty detailed plan in terms of how we want to get towards 2040. Like I said, circularity is something that's embedded into the fabric of the company in terms of everything, in terms of how we actually make our products and how we use our products and how we take back our products. There's a lot of thought goes into that. So around about 2020, we embedded circular design principles into the manufacturing of our products and packaging. So we managed out a lot of the waste, a lot of the pollution. So an example of that would be oil-based paints. We took that all out of the manufacturing of our products. So that 99% of the components within our products can all be recycled. The second thing is around how we use our products. So we want to make sure that as our customers are using the products, that we're giving them the most energy efficient products that they have. And a lot of that was achieved by developing our own silicon chips. Silicon One is our primary chip that we use, which allows us to be much more energy efficient, but give a lot more throughput through the actual router or the switch or the access point. In terms of the reuse and recycle, again, it may not seem big, but you know, if you're only talking about a switch or a router, which looks like a pizza box, you know, but just to take one of those back free at the end of the life cycle mightn't seem like a big deal, but if you've got a data center full of them, for Cisco to offer to go back in and take those all back at the end of the life cycle is a big help for the customer. So we have lots of recycle and refresh programs. We offer a remanufactured service where you can buy a remanufactured router or switch, and then that cuts down on your scope 2 emissions because that's already been in circulation. And then as our customers, we also offer flexible consumption models where they can sign up to GreenPay. GreenPay allows us to then give them additional discounts up front if they agree that after the life cycle, after the 5 or 10 years of their product life cycle, Cisco will offer to go in, take that back rather than that being used in a landfill, and we will take that back free of charge and then recycle all those components back into new components going forward. So, like I say, if you want a bit of bedtime reading, download our ESG report. It's there. It's published every single year. It's what we want to be held accountable. That's for our investors, our customers, and you, the public, to actually hold us accountable to make sure that we achieve our net zero goals. So that's the first part. That's just really what we're doing as a company to achieve net zero. So if I kind of double click on what we're doing to help our customers achieve net zero. So why all the talk about smart buildings and why now? Well, I mean, I guess we've been doing this in our home for the last 3 or 4 years. We've got things like Amazon Alexa, Google Nest, Ring doorbell has been a revelation in our house with my wife and my kids, the amount of parcels that they order, and just to have a doorbell where you can speak to the delivery guy and get them to deliver it, or rather than actually have to go away and come back another day. So the concept is we just want our homes to be smarter, more intelligent, more automated. And the idea that you can control the lights or control the heat or cooling from an app on your phone, that exists, that technology exists. So why not apply the same principles to commercialized real estate? Okay, why now? Obviously, there has been outside influences. Last year, obviously, the energy crisis in Europe, which had ripple effects across the world. We had things like the pandemic, post-pandemic, the return to office, inflationary pressures, space utilization. Companies didn't know how much of their space was actually being utilized. So that's really why now smart buildings is front and center in a lot of the conversations we're having with our customers. So if we know that real estate accounts for about 40% of greenhouse gas emissions, and that's a fact that has been talked about over the last couple of days for sure, and out of that 40%, HVAC accounts for about 40%, and lighting about 20%. But yet, IT only accounts for 2 to 4%. So you're probably thinking, well, what's a technology company doing up here today talking about trying to save the planet when we're only responsible for 2 to 4% of emissions? Well, the fact is, IT for green has the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 15%. And that's a sizable chunk out of that pie. What do I mean by IT for green? So as a technology vendor, we've got a dual responsibility. Everything you see on the right-hand side is stuff that is in our day-to-day. We try to make technology more efficient, more energy efficient. We try to use renewable energy where possible. We try to make greener data centers. And then obviously we're trying to encourage the whole migration to the cloud to, I guess, involve economies of scale. So that's what we do on a day-to-day basis. But over here is where we can actually turn the dial. Okay, IT for sustainability, where we apply technology and we apply digitization to every single vertical, every single market that we work in. So connected transport, telehealth, e-learning, e-commerce, smart buildings, what we're here to talk about today, smart grid, which we heard over the last couple of days as well, talked about a lot, smart agriculture, smart manufacturing. So by applying digital technology, we can optimize, we can make it more efficient, we can manage out waste, we can manage out energy inefficiency, and make it more technologically advanced. So what are some of the trends that we're seeing in smart buildings at the moment? So the first thing is around energy management. Customers come to us and say, can you help us understand how much energy we're using and where we're using it? We just get an energy bill from the utility company at the end of the year, and we have no idea where that energy loss is coming from. So that's the first thing. Second thing is really around space utilization. So I mentioned at the start, when I guess a lot of companies returned to the office after the pandemic, You know, they weren't even sure before the pandemic how much of their office space was being used. And certainly now, when companies either mandated that everybody come back to the office, and maybe the office was overcrowded, or maybe they encouraged hybrid work. And with hybrid work, again, you've got people coming to the office whenever they need to, maybe for internal collaboration with their internal teams or to meet customers. But again, they don't have a good idea of how much of their building or how much of their real estate is actually being utilized. So a lot of customers come to us and say, can you help us with that? Next one is really around, we're seeing this whole, I guess, trend around IT and OT convergence. So on the one hand, you've got your OT network and multiple different OT networks within OT, maybe hundreds within a typical building, your CCTV, your alarm, your fire, your HVAC, which is the big one, lighting, many different networks within your OT environment. And then you've got your IT network, which is maybe 15–20% of that. So again, trying to converge IT and OT onto a single network that gives the buildings team a single pane of glass that they can look at and say, this is how much energy I'm using on this day of the week, on this hour of the day. I know exactly where my energy budget's going to then. Next one is really around, we're seeing this kind of switch to low voltage power. So we're moving from a lot of AC power to DC power using PoE. So power over Ethernet has been around for many years. Its first iteration was only 15 watts of power per port. We're now getting up to 90 watts of power per port. So it's a lot more utilized within buildings. It's pretty much the fourth utility behind gas, water, and power. And last but not least, health and wellness. Again, this was last year when a lot of companies returned to the office. People were maybe a little bit afraid to go back to the office. They weren't sure if they wanted to be in a crowded environment with the post-pandemic fear. But also, you want to know real-time stats. How much CO2 is in the office? What's the temperature? What's the humidity? Can you give me real-time stats about how healthy it is to be in the office? And again, that's a common ask that we hear from our customers. But the problem has always been, this is a typical design and construction process, right? You know, the building's designed at the architecture level, it's built, it's constructed, and then right about down here at the very end, when the MEP guys get involved, that's typically where they engage IT. They send out an RFP, and they just want a dumb IP network for Wi-Fi access within the building. And that's the problem, because it's too late then to do all the smart stuff that we can do if it's an afterthought. That's why we need technology to be moved up the food chain, if you like, and considered at the very start of the design process. That's when we can involve multiple different stakeholders from the business, whether it's real estate, facilities, whatever, to understand what are the business outcomes that you want to achieve from this building. Is it to have a better kind of like working environment? Is it to have, is it to understand what sort of space is utilized? But it's about trying to understand what is that outcome that we're trying to achieve then, if you like. Now, the theme of today's presentation is, to be secure, to be smart, it doesn't need to be a big project. And absolutely, we love to get involved in the big projects, the new builds, okay? This is where we can add most value, because we can then do full integration, IT and OT. We can integrate with the building management system. We have partnerships with the likes of Honeywell and Schneider and Siemens. So we absolutely love getting involved here. But to be honest, right now, the market is here. This is where the majority of the projects we work on are here, around retrofits. So it could be just a room refresh, it could be a floor refresh, or multiple floor refreshes. So this is maybe where you as a company own 2 or 3 floors in a 30-story building, and you want to strip that right back to the walls. You want to put in PoE lighting, PoE blinds, and converge IT and OT onto a single network. And that's where we're seeing a huge uptick in the market. That's where I spend 90% of my time right now at the moment. Now, bit of an eye chart. Don't waste your time looking over here in the blue and the gray. Look over here, okay? So this is the maturity level of smart buildings. And if we're to kind of be realistic about it, where we are right now is level 0, level 1. This is where it's about trying to have a customer go on that journey with us to converge IT and OT onto a single network. Once they do that, that allows them to build on top of that. That allows them to get to smart predictive, smart cognitive, further down the line at a time of their choosing. And by that, I mean a building becomes fully automated, fully self-enabled. So an example would be, it knows, for example, let's use an AI, predictive AI, machine learning. It knows that, to consult Google Maps, for example, it knows that we're in Dubai here in June, and it's going to be 50 degrees most days. So it will automatically lower the shades between noon and 3 p.m. And it will then talk to the HVAC system to say, we don't need as much cooling, so we can turn off the cooling a little bit. And so the building becomes almost self-automated then, right? And that's where we want to get to. And we've got some really good examples where we can do that. But like I say, not everybody's willing to go big bang in day one. It's about starting on the journey, and that the first leg of journey is IT and OT convergence. Now, it's not just about automation. Automation's definitely a big part of that. But as I say, there's been this major shift to low voltage power. And what we're sort of seeing is traditional AC power can have a big sort of percentage of waste. Like, I mean, about 20% of power, when you convert from AC to DC power, you lose about 20% just with heat dissipation. So what we're saying, if you run like a micro DC grid, whereby you've got the mains coming into a building, you transition from AC to DC power, and then you run everything off DC power, it's about a 45 to 50% energy savings on your power budget. So, with AC voltage as well, you've got the labor-intensive cost. You need to employ engineers, electricians. You've got the steel conduit that goes around AC cables to prevent heat dissipation. So there's a huge cost with the steel that goes into that. Whereas on the other side, with DC low voltage, it's a faster install. You've got a structured cabling. The labor cost is a lot less, and you've got the flexibility to move stuff. You don't need engineers and electricians to come and help you move lights, cables, and fixtures, etc. You'd be surprised what people are connecting via PoE these days. So I guess 6-7 years ago, when I first started looking at this, PoE was just like literally, one little spotlight. Now, with 90 watts of power, we're able to have, fancy office lighting within an office environment. These are just 3 examples of offices that we've worked on that have got full PoE. You can have maybe 8 to 10 single lights powered off a single 90-watt port. You can have bathroom lights around LCD screens. You've got LCD screens themselves. You've got AC to DC adapters. You've got blinds, shades. You've got desks now even that are powered by DC, and fridges even. So there's a lot of stuff within an office environment can all hang off DC power now. This is your typical, in the old days, this is what your desk looked like. The fight for an AC power. Multiple cables, very, very messy, didn't look good. Nowadays, with a 90-watt cable, supporting just one Ethernet port, you've got an adjustable, the desk moves up and down. You've got embedded sensors within the desk to control occupancy, temperature, humidity, and you can track usage and maintenance based on that output. So when we talk to customers about smart buildings, it's really important that we try and get a handle on what the use case is, what is the business outcome they're trying to achieve. And that's why we need to get involved in that early build stage. So it's about, if it's about space utilization, how you want to, do you want data to understand how you manage your building? Is it about sustainability in terms of trying to reduce your carbon output? Is it about employee engagement? You want a pretty good office where the employees come into work and they know they'll be engaged. So this is just sort of some of the examples that we've done around the world. These are 3 examples of kind of Cisco offices. So on the right-hand side, Cisco Singapore, then New York and Atlanta, and then London. So the first one over here is a very small project. So this is just a retrofit where we leverage the existing ports and Wi-Fi. We upgrade it to a PoE switching infrastructure, and that gave us a lot more data that was happening in the building. The next one is what we call like a tenant fit out or tenant build out, where we've got a couple of floors in a big high-rise building like that. We strip it right back to the walls. We converge IT and OT. We've got obviously that reduced power consumption and cost that come with that, and obviously a big improved user experience. And then the last one over here is the new build, where this was a building in London where we worked with the designers. We have a smart integration with the building management system, the HVAC, CCTV, fully converged IT and OT and energy management footprint, and obviously a huge reduction in CapEx and OpEx going forward. So this is what we sort of say at Cisco, the office must be worth the commute. If you expect your employees to get in a car, to get in on the metro and travel 30 minutes, 60 minutes to work, it's got to be worth the commute, all right? At Cisco, our culture is don't come to the office if you don't have to. If you come, if you've got internal meetings, if you want to meet, if you need to meet customers, and our CEO says that the office must be a magnet, not a mandate. In other words, don't force your employees to come to the office. It must be a magnet. In other words, they're drawn to it. They want to come to it if there's something that they need to do to achieve their work. So what does a real smart building look like? Definitely not this one. And we've seen a few of these over the years, and there's probably still quite a few of them around. But it's more around this one here, where we try and actually understand what is it that the customer wants to achieve. So I'm just going to build this out. So first of all, this again just is inside our New York City office. So again, we've got different types of meeting rooms, and whether it's just a social collaboration reception area, whether it's a smaller collaboration meeting room, whether it's hot desking, there's actually none of the executives have their own dedicated meeting rooms. We've got multiple sort of screen collaboration meeting rooms, or we've got a quiet area where you just want to go and get some work done. So I'm just going to, this is like the last few slides, just talk about Pen 1, which is this office that we have in New York City. We did this about 2 years ago, so Midtown Manhattan location, about 54,000 square foot. We call it our first talent collaboration center. So again, we're trying to attract the brightest, best talent to work in this office. And as I say, it's 100% hybrid. There's no assigned workspaces. And we started with a clear data journey. So we got all the different stakeholders in a room, HR, workplace resources, facilities, IT, and we said, what are the outcomes that we want to achieve? If we strip this right back to the walls, what is it we want to achieve from this refit? And so on the right-hand side are the 4 outcomes that we wanted to achieve. So number 1, we wanted a brilliant user experience, both for our employees, but also for our customers who come to the office. Number 2, we wanted well-being, so we wanted our employees to feel they were coming into an office where there was the right level of, the right temperature, the right CO2 levels, the right humidity. Number 3, net zero was huge. Obviously, we wanted to do our bit for the environment. And number 4, we wanted space utilization. So those were the 4 outcomes that we came up with. And we then put those at the top, if you like, and then we used the technologies down the left-hand side to understand exactly which ones we want to use. So this was the outcome. We reduced our bill by 40% in the first year. Our OT network is now larger than our IT network. We've got about 5,000 data points per second, and it's 100% PoE. So I'm just going to flick through quickly because I know we're nearly out of time, and just play this last video, just to have a look at what the office looks like right now. Can we just turn up the sound?
Have to create workspaces that attract and retain the best talent, ensure employee well-being, and support their net zero journey. These spaces also have to adapt to more hybrid, flexible ways of working. At the core of today's real estate strategies is digital transformation. The ability to deliver an exceptional employee experience while measuring and optimizing your real estate portfolio is now the new norm. The use of data and technology to optimize and transform your real estate portfolio is the foundation for unlocking the true value of space. We know that a smart building is an important real estate strategy, and you can't manage what you cannot measure. Given we are a technology company, we actually had the data and visibility to make informed decisions. With the dollars we saved, we were able to redefine the value of real estate by deploying smart building technology. And so we defined the outcomes and metrics we needed and applied Cisco's smart building tools to our own building, Pen 1 in New York City. Technology is the new fourth utility, and organizations that are taking advantage of this will have a clear competitive advantage. Cisco understands the evolving demands in today's real estate market, and we can help you with your digital real estate transformation journey.
Thank you. Are we over time?
Thank you, Mr. Ciaran Duffy. We have the raffle winner, Mr. Hani Dhafri. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your award. Ladies and gentlemen, our next seminar will be at 2:10. Please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Thank you very much. Let's all welcome Mr. Matthias Sheikh from Teaser Group Electrical Steel, and he will be presenting the session on Green Transformer, CO2 Reduced Steel for the Energy Industry. Welcome to the podium.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Slides, please. Yeah, we at ThyssenKrupp Electrical Steel, we are producing grain-oriented electrical steel, which is a base material to manufacture transformer cores. Yeah, one of our customers, TESA, we have a very strong relationship and collaborative relationship, I have to say. The grain-oriented electrical steel is not a direct component for the electricity grid, but, okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, can switch here, okay. But I will show you that the properties of the grain-oriented electrical steel has a big impact on the environmental behavior of the transformer. It's not working? Oh. Now. But before I do that, I would like to introduce our company. ThyssenKrupp Electrical Steel belongs to ThyssenKrupp Steel, Germany's largest flat steel producer, with an annual production of 10.5 million tons a year. We are producing steel for all kinds of applications, automotive, for example, the packaging industry, consumer goods, but also for the electricity industry, non-grain and grain-oriented electrical steel. And the grain-oriented electrical steel in particular is used to manufacture transformers. 90% of customers, or more than 90%, are transformer manufacturers for ThyssenKrupp Electrical Steel. Oh, this was wrong here now? Okay. ThyssenKrupp Electrical Steel, a subsidiary of ThyssenKrupp Steel, is processing the hot strip to the final product, grain-oriented electrical steel. We are doing that at 3 different production sites in Germany, in France, and in India. Our main focus is the development of, we call it top grades, that means grades with extremely low magnetization losses, with excellent noise properties. In the recent years, another big topic came up, the decarbonization of our processing. And I will show you that the decarbonization is quite a big topic when we are talking about the decarbonization of the industry. Here are some numbers. If you are looking at the European Union, the steel industry contributes to 5% to the overall CO2 emissions in the European Union. In Germany, the share is even 7%. And our company, ThyssenKrupp Steel itself, is responsible for 2.5% of the CO2 emissions in Germany. That means if you would like to be successful in decarbonization of the industry, the decarbonization of the industry is mandatory. ThyssenKrupp Steel itself sets ambitious targets. So we want to reduce our CO2 emissions by 30% until 2030 and becoming climate neutral in 2045. This perfectly fits into the increasing demand of green steel we see. This graph here shows the result of a survey for different industrial sectors, among them also the energy sector, and we see a big interest for decarbonization. What is the motivation for that? This motivation is clearly driven by the regulators and investors requiring that the industries are taking really actions to or efforts for decarbonization. And in particular, the ESG is getting more and more into the focus. This is further confirmed if you look at the increasing number of companies joining the Science-Based Targets Initiative. In the Science-Based Targets Initiative, you have to declare precise targets for your decarbonization, and you have also to define measures how to achieve that, and that is checked. And we see more and more companies joining this initiative. Among those companies, a lot of utilities. Yeah, for example, I put here some European utilities, Vattenfall, RWE, E.ON, Enel, for example, but also others. So here on the right side, you see some examples for these targets. Yeah, and I would like to highlight the Scope 3 emissions in particular. Yeah, so almost all utilities are setting targets 30%, something between 30 and 50% reduction of Scope 3 emissions by 2030. And the question is now, what does mean Scope 3 emissions? The Scope 3 emission is almost the emission which is coming with the products which are used. Yeah? So if you want to install a transformer, then the CO2 emission, the transformer has a certain CO2 footprint. And if you would like to decrease your Scope 3 emission, then you have to look for components with a decreased CO2 footprint. Yeah? And this is further explained here on the left side. Yeah? For utilities, the Scope 3 emissions are the most relevant emissions, let me say. And the only chance for them to decrease these emissions is to look for the CO2 burden of their components and to look for components which has a decreased CO2 emission factor. Now coming back to the green transformer. I'm putting here two aspects for a green transformer which is related to the CO2 emission directly. The first one is a CO2 emission during the operational time of the transformer. Yeah? We already are able to build transformers with a very high efficiency. Nevertheless, there are electricity losses when operating. Yeah? And this electricity is linked to CO2 and leads to a certain associated CO2 emission factor. A second aspect are the components which are used to build the transformer itself. And here we can also, we have a strong impact of the steel, which I'm going to show you. Starting with the first aspect, how can I impact the efficiency of the transformer? The main material for doing that is to select a specific steel for the core, for the transformer core. In the transformer core, the magnetic losses, electric losses are generated, basically. To demonstrate that, we calculated two different specifications, two different designs for a 630 kVA oil-immersed distribution transformer. We have here the traditional design with a comparable high load loss, no load loss, and load loss of 1,300 watts. And low loss, we call it low loss design, which is the design or specification according to the Eco-Design Tier 2 regulation of the European Union. For the traditional design, the usage of an M4 steel grade is still reasonable. For this low loss design, a high permeability grade is mandatory. Yeah, and we did that here calculation. So you see it here on the left side. For the traditional design, we need less material, and we need less material. And this material which we are using there is even more cheaper than the material we are using for the low loss design. Yeah, we are assuming a difference of 30% between our M80 high permeability grade and the M4 grade M120/27, which is reasonable today. And then you are achieving a much higher costs for the materials you're using for the transformer. That means the transformer is becoming much more expensive. Yeah. But this cost disadvantage, yeah, is compensated when you are going to operate the transformer. Yeah. Here we see accumulated cost over the lifetime of a transformer. The blue curve is representing the traditional design, is starting at a lower value because of the lower material costs for the transformer. But after 10 years, here both lines are crossing, and then the low loss design is getting cheaper. At the end of after 30 years, typical lifetime of transformers, we are getting a price gap of 35% if you are looking at the total costs. So it is almost always more valuable to go to high sophisticated grades, yeah, okay, higher capex, but you are getting it back by lower OPEX costs. Yeah? And furthermore, you are wasting much more energy, I have to say, electricity, which is associated with a certain CO2 footprint. That means also your CO2 emissions are much higher for the traditional design. Coming now to the second characteristic, you may lower the CO2 footprint of your transformer by selecting low CO2 components, yeah, and in particular for the steel, as I'm going to show you. We at ThyssenKrupp Electrical Steel developed such a steel, and this is something we are selling under the brand of Blooming Power Core. So how we are doing it? Yeah, today, the steel is produced via the so-called blast furnace route. The blast furnace process is the first process in steel making. The blast furnace, iron ore is reduced to iron with the addition of coke. Yeah, and the reaction product, you have then CO or CO2. And this creates, in fact, high emissions. So 65% of the CO2 emissions for grain-oriented electrical steel are due to this process. In the future, we are going to replace the blast furnace by a direct reduction plant. In this direct reduction plant, instead of coke, you are using hydrogen as a reduction agent. Then the reaction product is water instead of CO2. For this technique, after reducing, the iron is still solid, so we have to melt it subsequently, but then we can proceed with the usual steel making process as we are used to do with the blast furnace process. That means we'll be able to produce all qualities which we are able to produce today with this direct reduction plant, but without CO2. Yeah. At ThyssenKrupp Steel, the first direct reduction plant is in progress, so it will start operating in 2026, and subsequently we are going to replace all 3 remaining blast furnaces. But already today, we are doing measures to reduce the CO2 emissions in the blast furnace process, in the existing blast furnace process. So we are adding, instead of iron ore, we are adding pre-reduced iron. Yeah? So this pre-reduced iron, it's not necessary to reduce this already reduced iron anymore, so I need less coke, and that means less CO2. Second option is the addition of scrap. That is also pure iron, basically. We don't need the full quantity of coke. Yeah? We reduce this CO2 content. And last but not least, we are already injecting a certain quantity of hydrogen into the blast furnace to replace the coke as a reduction agent. By this, when we make our calculation, we can reduce our CO2 emission factor of our steel by 50%. The CO2 emission factor for the conventional production of our grain-oriented electric steel is 3.8 kilograms per kilogram steel. The Blooming Power Core has a 50% reduced CO2 emission factor. These numbers are externally certified by DNV. The processing in the subsequent steps after the blast furnace process are identical. So there is no change in quality, for example. So you can be sure that the quality is not affected. Yeah. The only thing what is changing, in fact, is a CO2 emission factor for the transformer. Yeah. Here we calculated 2 cases, 2 transformer types, 120 MVA and a 400 kVA transformer. Yeah. You see already here for the conventional transformer, yeah, that the biggest contribution for the CO2 emission factor, for the CO2 footprint, are the CO2 burden of the components used for the transformer. Yeah? The scope 1 and 2 emissions are only 12 kilogram, yeah? But the overall CO2 footprint is 812. And the biggest share of the raw materials has steel with 290 kilogram. With the usage of Bloom and Power Core, you can reduce this share in the CO2 emission factor by 18%, yeah, from 812 to 667 kilograms. For a 400 kVA distribution transformer, this effect is even higher. Of course, the total CO2 footprint is lower, but the contribution of steel is higher, in fact, yeah, and you can even reduce the CO2 footprint by up to 50% by this. So the CO2 savings of the material are certified, what I have said, yeah. So each customer ordering this material is getting a certificate which confirms the achieved CO2 savings. In this slide, I would like to show you some cases. So the first project was 1.5 years ago in collaboration with the SGB Smith Group and E.ON utility in Europe. So here we sent the first steel to for distribution transformers, basically. We have meanwhile projects in Canada to produce CO2-reduced transformers there for the North American market. And I would also emphasize here our collaboration with the Rausch & Stöckling Group. Yeah, TESA belongs to the Rausch & Stöckling Group, and I'm really happy that we have a talk here together at the Wetex. So we already built these transformers here for the Swiss utility, distribution transformers. And you will hear in the next talk something about the Ecoplus cast resin transformers developed by TESA. But just to give you a feeling what it means if you are saving or if you are reducing the CO2 content, I just want to show this example. Yeah, we had also one project together with Siemens Energies building HDVC transformers. The HDVC transformers are used in Germany to transport the renewable energy from the northern part of Germany to the south. For these, in total we built 13 transformers of this size with a core weight of 135 tons. 135 tons equipped with Bloom and Power Core means the total CO2 saving compared to the conventional steel of 240 tons of CO2. And if you look for alternate measures to achieve this, for example, you have to switch 9,600 light bulbs to LEDs, or drive 1.4 million kilometers with an electric vehicle instead of a vehicle with a combustion engine, or cleaning more than 790 transformer houses, for example, just to give an impression what it means. I'm coming now to my last slide. So it's clear to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, all the industries must accelerate decarbonization. ThyssenKrupp Steel raises to this challenge. Yeah, we have set clear and ambitious targets for our decarbonization. We are developing our raw material. Of course, we need you as our customers to buy and to catch this idea and to collaborate and to use these raw materials to build machines or products with a reduced CO2 footprint. We are sure that we can support our utilities. Utilities itself set strong targets as well, and I think we can contribute to fulfill these targets. Yeah, I just want to close here with the headline. It's our moment of choice, and we can do it only together. Thank you. Questions, please? Yeah.
Ja, Ulrich Voss vom Rausch & Stöckling. Thank you, Matthias. And it is not a question, it is more a comment. All what you showed here, the core material is identical to the one traditionally produced. So we have customers who ask for references of this. There are all the last 20 years references valid, because the only change they make is in the blasting process. Yeah. That is important. So it's not a new material, just the process is different. This is quite an important argument to convince many customers. It's not a new developed material.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthias. Sheikh, we will proceed with the next seminar at 2:50. We're just waiting for the name of the raffle winner. Just bear with us. Thank you.
and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Matteo Angiolini from TCS to address his session about Ecoplus 2030 Transformer. Please ensure registering at the registration desk to enter the raffle drawer. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. My name is Matteo Angiolini and I'm the Managing Director of TESAR. TESAR is a company who is manufacturing transformers for any kind of application, cast resin transformers. And now I'm going to give you a continuation about the topic that was presented by dear friend Matthias from ThyssenKrupp, so in terms of decarbonization approach. Yes, first of all, I would like to give you an introduction about a company because most probably there are someone that doesn't know. So TESAR is a company located in Italy and is part of R&S Group, a Swiss holding company who is leader in the manufacturing of transformers for application in terms of distribution, transmission, high voltage, mid power transformers, small power transformer, oil field, and cast resin. The group is located in Switzerland. We are more than 700 employees, and we rank at around 200 million Swiss franc revenues. And we have partners around the world. TESAR is located in Arezzo, in the middle of Tuscany, and it was founded in 1979. And since 2016, we are a member of R&S Group. We have a total of 180 employees, and we have 2 plants of manufacturing nearby Arezzo, and in other part of the world that I'm going to present later. And we have the production facility for cast resin transformers. Yeah, those are the 2 plants. Chiaveretto is 40,000 square meter with 9,000 square meter covered of production area. And Castelnuovo is a nearby building, 5 kilometers distance, where we produce and assembly transformers. And we have also the internal manufacturing of magnetic core. Yes, where we are, outside Italy, we are in Poland with TESAR Polska. TESAR Polska was founded in 2013. We are in Argentina in order to serve the South American market with a joint venture with Tadeo Cerveni, a big manufacturing company for high voltage, high power transformers in the South American market. Then we have our office in the Middle East, in particular in Dubai. And we have the production facility in Al Ain, part of the Abu Dhabi Emirate. And recently, in 2023, we acquired the 100% of share of the company. The products, what we do. So we do transformer up to 52 kilovolt insulation class, 25 megavolt ampere, cast resin for any kind of application. And the most common application are the energy distribution, like we have here in Dubai, for instance, for DIWA, industrial application, buildings, metro, railways, e-mobility, renewables, data centers. So wherever is needed power, we can serve the market for cast resin transformer. The transformer are manufacturing according to international standards in Europe or according to the utility specification of the regions. And the insulation class level is E4, C3, F1. This is a very basic example about industrial application for converter or railways and interconnecting cast resin transformer. And to give you an idea, except the dimension, those transformers can weigh even 20, 30 tons. This is a particular application of customized product, especially for the Middle East region, where the enclosure protection is needed. And this is exactly the specification of the customer. For instance, this is the specification of Karama in Qatar, and this is the technical specification of Diwa in Dubai. The other application is an example about one customization requested by the customer, just to explain that we can build up around our transformer any kind of coverage and housing with cable boxes and interconnection, thermocontroller unit and fans. Where we are, our transformers are installed everywhere around the world, except the North American market, where we used to have a different specification of dry type. However, the cast resin segment is increasing, so we are working now also to touch and enter this market. Some example of renewables. So you can imagine that our transformers are usable for any kind of power plant or windmill, solar farm, gas turbine. Our transformers are installed in the airports, okay, everywhere in the world, here in Dubai, all the airport in Singapore, the new airport of Muscat, Doha, and other many in Europe. The railways, you need a lot of power for the railways, especially to fulfill the demand of the peak of the day, 7 a.m. in the morning, 5 p.m. in the evening. The transformer have to resist of the strength and the peak of the energy needed to transport the people. So you can see here from the list that we can serve any part of metro or underground or railways around the world. And this is the reference about the main utilities we are serving since a long time. For instance, Diwa in Dubai, we started in 1994, and also the other like Advea and Karama later on. Some other reference where our transformers are working nowadays. So skyscrapers and also church or mosques and Business Bay, as you see, downtown Dubai. We have more than 200 transformers that are energizing all the ring of CERN, where it was discovered the boson of Higgs, maybe the God particle, the so-called. Yas Island and all the FIFA World Cup 2022 in Qatar. All the stadium are using Tesla transformers. But let's now go to talk about Ecoplus 2030. So Ecoplus 2030 is the name of our new series of transformers, which has the lower CO2 emission ever manufactured. Why we decided to build up this new series? Because today the targets requested by the European Union, by the nations, and whatever is around the Sustainable Development Goals is needed in order to fight the climate change. So we decided, first of all, to understand a clear statement. What does it mean, sustainable development? The sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of current generation without compromising the need of the future generation. That is the most important aspect that we have to think about it, future generation. So we have to work in a way that our kids, our grandkids can live in a better world. So, studying the Sustainable Development Goals, we decided to design a new series of transformers by using, first of all, materials that nowadays can be produced with lower CO2 emission. And then redesign also the transformer by taking into account how the transformer can source and can have lower losses in order to bring more efficiency and lower CO2 emission, but also saving for the customer and for the final user of the transformers. So the new designed transformer significantly reduce the quantity of CO2 emission, comparing with what? Comparing with the existing series of transformer that in our case is regulated by the European Union, but the same can be applied in any other country. The transformer can be redesigned in order to have lower CO2 emission. So, and this is our symbols. So Ecoplus, because it's something more eco than we have today. 2030, because first of all, we have to think about the decarbonization target of 2030, driven by the world corporations. And the olives represent our symbol, our area. And try to imagine that a mature olive tree can capture 25 kilogram of CO2 per year. So, which is impressive. And nowadays is the most important trees that can capture the highest CO2 emission ever. So what we have done, we have taken as a reference a standard size transformers that we are now producing, and it is designed according to the eco design regulation, so a law that we have in Europe. And we said, now how can improve, how we can design, how we can improve, how can we reduce the CO2 emission? And thanks to the support of ThyssenKrupp that developed this new electrical steel, the Blue Mint, for sure in a shot we can use a material which has the half quantity of CO2 produced for the manufacturing of the steel comparing to the existing conventional steel. So already in one shot, just sourcing a material with this kind of technology, we can save the half of the CO2 emission just in the material of the magnetic steel. And the magnetic steel is very important because it's the half of the material contained in the transformers. Because in the transformer we have the magnetic steel, 50% of the weight, I would say, or the cost, and then we have the other material for the winding, be it copper, aluminum as a conductor material, or all the other insulation materials. So this is the key, okay? And as explained by Matthias, you can see the difference here from the conventional power core and the Blue Mint. So the reduction of the CO2 emission is impression for the manufacturing of this material. So in the reference transformer 1600 kVA, just using this new material, replacing the existing one, we can save 6 tons of footprint carbon. And here we have the comparison between the Tier 2 transformer. Tier 2 is the existing regulation that we have in Europe that is defining the maximum losses admitted for transformers. And you can see that by using the Blue Mint material, not only we save CO2 in the manufacturing, but we can save the CO2 emission also in the life of the transformer, in the usage of the transformer, because this material has also a higher quality grade comparing to the conventional one. And high quality grade, it means lower losses in the magnetic steel. So here, the comparison between the Tier 2 and the new series Ecoplus 2030, you can see the no-load losses also contribution is moving from 1,980 watt to the new one, 1,720. It means that at the end, in 1 year, I can save 1,000 kilogram of CO2. But in 20 years, that is the lifetime of the transformer defined by the international standard, I can save 20 tons. So totally, with the contribution of the Blue Mint and the contribution of the lower loss thanks to the higher quality of the blue mint steel, I can save in 20 years of lifetime transformer 26 tons, which is the equivalent of 1,000 trees, guys. 1,000 trees. You can imagine how many carbon emission I need to fix on the trees with this value. A lot. And here we are talking only about CO2, but as you save the CO2 emission in the losses, you save money in the energy source of the transformer. So this is the final spreadsheet, which is shown the comparison between the Ecodesign Tier 2 and the Ecoplus 2030 for each size and each ratio of the standard series of transformer. So from 160 kilovolt ampere up to 2,500 kilovolt ampere. And the bigger is the transformer, the bigger is the saving, and the bigger is the reduction of the CO2. Here the comparison again is with the regulation we have in Europe. But of course, this kind of analysis and designing and reshaping the design of the transformer can be done for any kind of product, any kind of application, for any kind of utilities. What we do more for decarbonization approach? So we are now going to release a sustainability report according to ESG parameter. It will be the first one from TESA, and it will create a 0.0 as a benchmark to start all the improvement and all the future targets of the company in terms of decarbonization and sustainability. We are going soon to be certified ISO 50001 for the energy efficiency management, and we are working a lot in circular economy and introduction of all the methodology in order to have also a lower manufacturing approach with this relationship with the supplier, also using material like the one presented by TCS Group with lower and lower recycling activities and decarbonization. And just to give an idea about the transformer, what we can recover from the transformer, we redesigned it in a way that it could be mostly recyclable. So this is a very simple picture that is explaining that the transformer is 90% recyclable. All the material used in the transformer are almost recyclable, because the 95% of the iron used in the transformer, be it magnetic steel or standard iron, is recyclable. The windings, we can scrap and divide the aluminium from the paper. So the aluminium or the copper can be saved, recycled, and the paper can be brought to disposal. And then all the other metal parts and accessory are recyclable. So we can say that our transformer is designed and manufactured in a way that most of that can be recycled. And of course, TESA offer also all the activity for retrofitting, refurbishment, using old parts, replacing transformer and giving service to the customer to take back the old transformer and bring to recycling and disposal. So we have still 5 minutes. If there are any questions, I'm pleased to answer. Please. Can you come nearest, because I don't hear? Thank you. Yes. So the comparison in this case with the tier 2, the dimension has been reshaped in a way that are more or less identical. So within the tolerances, okay? So the transformer, dimensionally wise, is the same. The main change is in the magnetic steel. There are some, smoothing and fine-tuning in the designing of the windings to fit perfectly with the core. But overall, the transformer dimension is the same. This is also an advantage. So the customer, in this case, can decide to replace the Eco Tier 2 with the Ecoplus 2030 easily. Actually, of course, there is an additional cost, okay, to buy the steel, which is produced with the Blue Mint, and the additional cost because it's also higher quality material, so lower losses comparing to the existing one. So I would say that roughly today we can stay in the range of maybe 20% higher costs. However, you can recover the investment after 5 years. Other question? Gentlemen, ladies? No? So thank you very much for attending the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Matteo, for the productive presentation. The raffle winner drawer is Sabromania. Please proceed to the registration desk to claim your gift. The next session will start at 3:30. Please ensure to register at the registration desk to enter the raffle drawer. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Now, let's all welcome Mr. Carl Perenica, the founder and CEO of NanoSun, and he will be highlighting the seminar on NanoSun concepts, building integrated photovoltaic panels, smart flower. Let's welcome Mr. Carl on stage.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, so I would like to introduce you to our concepts and company. NanoSun company is a solar distribution company. We are mainly coming from Prague, Czech Republic, where we have about 80 people. 2 years ago, we came to Dubai and we started business here. We fell in love with Dubai. God has blessed us, and we actually call it home now. So I was thinking how to make Dubai more solar. So this is all about it. 10 years of solar business. In NanoSun, we really love to have an excellent customer satisfaction. Every time when we get a 5-star rating, it makes our day, so this is why we do it. We are already supplied more than 2 gigawatts of solar panels in Europe and in the Middle East. We also recently opened UK and US. This is our team, pretty international, about 21 languages. We're supplying almost all over the world. For now, Pakistan is our biggest customer at the moment, and Middle East countries here. So these are some products which I would like to show you, which are maybe a little bit more interesting than the regular solar panels, which are these guys, pretty boring. So, for example, the Smart Flower, it's a solar device which is really different because it opens up in the morning, it tracks the sun. In the evening, it closes itself, and therefore it cleans itself, which is important in Dubai. Also, we have the solar facade panels. So, what we can provide is some concepts, ideas for how to integrate solar into buildings more efficiently, more elegantly, and make therefore the buildings green, self-sustainable, with the connection of electromobility. I think this is the undeniable future. So, the problems here. Some of the skyscrapers in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, already dated, look ordinary. The climate goals and green energy targets needs to be met. And UAE aims for sustainable solutions. So, what is the solution? So the Smart Flower is actually itself, one piece is not that powerful, but if you take 1,000 pieces, already it's a lot. It could be 700 megawatt. So solar facade, definitely that's the way to go. I think solar facades are not used in Dubai almost at all. There is only a few, and I think Dubai can do better. NanoSun DMCC, our company, can supply feasibility study, consultancy, engineering, technological suggestions, and distribution and supply of these technologies. So you can let us know if you have any project like that. This is again the Smart Flower and a short video after this. Let's see if it works.
Solar energy just got smarter. Imagine clean energy for your home, school, or business that is easy, efficient, smart, and beautiful. That's Smart Flower, the fully integrated solar system inspired by nature that tracks the sun throughout the day, producing clean, renewable energy. Each morning, Smart Flower automatically unfolds when the sun rises and follows it at the perfect angle throughout the day. In the evening, as the sun sets, Smart Flower furls its panels and stows away for the night. But what makes Smart Flower so smart? Smart Flower generates up to 40% more energy output thanks to its innovative smart features. Smart Use, a fully integrated solar solution with simple installation. Smart Tracking, dual axis tracking from sunrise to sunset. Smart Cleaning, solar modules clean themselves when opening and closing, up to 5% more efficient as a result. Smart Cooling, rear ventilated modules, up to 10% more efficient as a result. Smart Safety, automatically folds into a secure position until weather improves to prevent system damage. Smart Mobility, as easy to move as to install, so you can take it anywhere. Smart Flower has a wide range of applications from tourism to hospitality, agriculture, schools, government, and homes.
So that's the Smart Flower. Many of you might have seen it already, but many of you didn't. So if you would like to see it, we have it on the booth. It's next to the Diva booth, and you're more than welcome. We can show it to you in real life. The next solution for solar for Dubai and for the public spaces and for the city actually is the solar facade. And I think many people don't know how powerful a solar facade can be. It can also be beautiful. It comes in many colors. There's, of course, a couple of suppliers, but this supplier, Avances, which we distribute, is #1 in the market. They have all the certification for facades, and it's the #1 in the market. So it comes with a system which is similar like alu bond, so you can attach it on the facade seamless without any clamps visible. So it looks like a facade, you can't even tell. So that's why you need a Smart Flower. If you make the building green and sustainable, nobody will actually tell because it's just a beautiful building. But the story about it is told with the Smart Flower in front of it. So, and this is the most important information from my presentation. It's a bit outdated, so these numbers are actually much higher now because we have even more efficient solar panels. And if you see, Johannesburg is #1, but right there, Dubai, #2, with 111%. What the number means is that any building 3 meters, 3 stories and taller can produce its own electricity by 111%. And actually, as a proof of concept, for example, in Holland now, they have a building which produces 140% of its own electricity needs and power needs. So it's absolutely possible to have buildings in the city, self-sustainable and beautiful. So you have different systems for how you can use the solar panels on the facade, and we can definitely go into detail after the presentation. And you can transform these buildings with a green energy generating second skin. It can look like this. And here's a video with more examples. empower your facade. Pretty cool, huh? So it can be beautiful, and it's powerful, and it's available. It's just not out there. I would like to ask you to help me to deploy that technology, because I think it's amazing. Okay. Doesn't work. Thank you. So just some basic questions. I know you're shy, you don't want to ask nothing, so I'll answer your questions already, yeah? Good. How much electricity can a smart flower produce in Dubai? It's 6,500 kilowatt a year, roughly. And so it's like a solar power plant, regular one, which would have 6 kilowatt peak. But the smart flower actually itself, it has installed 2.7 kilowatt peaks. It's powerful because it's 40% more efficient, because it tracks the sun, it cleans itself, it cools itself, and so on. So how much electricity can a solar facade produce? It's actually a lot. For 1,000 kilowatt peak, 1 megawatt, we will need about 8,000 square meters. In Dubai, southeast-west facing solar facade can produce up to 1 megawatt hour a year, which is roughly about the same what a regular solar power plant produces in Germany. So here, it's much more. And the return on investment could be 1 to 12 years, depending on what we're talking about, where the project will be, how will be the application. The return on investment, if you imagine you are calculating a regular facade, which you have to pay anyway if you are building a new building, you don't have to deploy it, so you can deduct that price of the facade and put instead of it the active solar facade. So you're actually calculating return on investment from the difference. And it might have better return on investment than a regular solar power plant. So let's not forget that it's not just about solar PV being by far the cheapest source of electricity. And let me play to you this speech, which is not actual, but it's still up to date, I would say. I hope he will not sue me for this.
2014 will go down as the warmest year around the globe in recorded history.
2015 was the hottest year since climate records began.
Figures show this July was the single hottest month in recorded history.
Australia sweltered through its hottest spring on record.
The phenomenon was a short-term trigger to a long-term global warming caused by human activity.
Climate change is now affecting every country on every continent.
It's the rate that's of great concern.
And what do you put that rate down to?
Oh, it's human activity.
I think it's ridiculous. We have bigger problems right now, and it'll get cooler, it'll get warmer. It's called weather.
I do not believe that human activity is causing these dramatic changes to our climate the way these scientists are portraying.
1.2 million people died because of the pollution put up into the air.
This is a result of climate change. It's only going to get worse. This is a big problem, and it's not going to go away.
The debate is over. Climate change is real. It is already causing major problems. And if we do not act boldly and decisively, a bad situation will become worse.
As a UN messenger of peace, I have traveled all over the world for the last 2 years, documenting how this crisis is changing the natural balance of our planet. I've seen cities like Beijing choked by industrial pollution, ancient boreal forests in Canada that have been clear-cut, and rainforests in Indonesia that have been incinerated. In India, I met farmers whose crops have been literally washed away by historic flooding. In America, I have witnessed unprecedented droughts in California and sea level rise flooding the streets of Miami. In Greenland and in the Arctic, I was astonished to see that ancient glaciers are rapidly disappearing, well ahead of scientific predictions. All that I have seen and learned on my journey has absolutely terrified me. There is no doubt in the world scientific community that this is a direct result of human activity and the effects of climate change will become astronomically worse in the future. Our planet cannot be saved unless we leave fossil fuels in the ground where they belong. Now think about the shame that each of us will carry when our children and grandchildren look back and realize that we had the means of stopping this devastation, but simply lacked the political will to do so. Yes, we have achieved the Paris Agreement. More countries have come together here to sign this agreement today than for any other cause in the history of humankind, and that is reason for hope. But unfortunately, the evidence shows us that it will not be enough. A massive change is required right now, one that leads to a new collective consciousness, a new collective evolution of the human race, inspired and enabled by a sense of urgency from all of you. We can congratulate each other today, but it will mean absolutely nothing if you return to your countries and fail to push beyond the promises of this historic agreement. Now is the time for bold, unprecedented action. It is time to declare no more talk, no more excuses, no more 10-year studies, no more allowing the fossil fuel companies to manipulate and dictate the science and policies that affect our future. The world is now watching. You will either be lauded by future generations or vilified by them. You are the last best hope of Earth. We ask you to protect it, or we and all living things we cherish are history.
I could not say it better. That's why I played the video. So this is why we do it. I believe that whatever you think about CO2, I think it's important that we have cars which are electric, which don't make noise, which don't emit smelly chemicals. And I think we can fuel them with solar and with renewable energy. And I believe that there is many other applications for oil and the material which can be made from oil that for the future will be possible to use. So thank you so much, and thank you for listening. That's about it. Sorry? Sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carl. Guys, if you have any question, you can approach Mr. Carl during our break. Now I will announce the winners for the raffle. We have Mr. Firas Abu Dawood as well as Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Dhamri. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your award. Our next seminar will be at 4:10. Please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. And please note that this will be our final session of seminar today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Mr. Praveen Kumar from RAI to address the session on improving QHSE operational efficiency and reporting through digitization and mobile-based app. Welcome to the podium.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So today I would like to talk about improving QHSE operational efficiency through digitalization and reporting through mobile-based app. For any project management company running multiple projects, managing QHSE together is a big challenge. In Ray International, being a company handling multiple projects from multiple sites, few sites in Northern Emirates, many sites in Dubai, some sites in Alshehh, some sites in Abu Dhabi, managing all and to have a control onto these projects in terms of QHSE, it's a big challenge. So Ray International worked hard to look into this challenge and gap in terms of QHSE performance, and we worked 2 steps. One, we did digitalization of all the reports we make in quality and HSE department. Then we created our own mobile-based application to connect the site-based report to head office so that the management can take effective decision. So the content, I'll be going through the key highlights. What is digitalization? What we are digitalizing? Mobile-based app, what is an app? How we did to manage our projects? Web-based access and reporting. And the last one, conclusions. So key highlights of this topic. Ray International has successfully completed digitalization of QHSE reporting in all the power projects and substation works, transmission line works, distribution network. More than currently 36 projects which is happening in the company, which is monitored through this application and methodology. Leveraging digitalization to create a safe and better place for the clients as well as for the contractors and for the subcontractors. By this application, we have 3 levels of reporting and monitoring. One is company level, one is project level, and the third one is employee level. Why digitalization? So in modern world, digitalization has found place everywhere. So digitalization is must, and we need. Without digitalization, future is a challenge. So in present era of digitalization of project QHSE is considered as a pivotal in improving QHSE efficiency in the project. So Ray have made their own solution of digitalization of all key projects and QHSE inspection and reporting through mobile-based application. Using our mobile-based app, reports are made in site instantaneously. So no more waiting for the documents, no more to print reports, no more to sign it off. So as soon as the inspector, either in terms of quality or either in terms of HSE, the inspector is able to make the report on site by using a mobile phone. So all reports are simple and standard, irrespective of the QHSE engineer or QHSE officer. All the reports are standardized. Basically, the site engineers are filling the data in the prescribed forms. So no more time loss. Previously, the reports are made, sent to the office or to the managers through the email or a printed documents. Now, as soon as it clicked in the site, the report reflects in the head office and QHSE department. So reduce the gap between the frontline workers and head office. So what we are digitalizing? Literally, we are digitalizing all the documents in the project. So it's project QHSE reports, project HSE observation and closeout, toolbox talk, PP inspection, crane inspection, lifting gears, top inspection, near-miss reporting, incident reporting. Literally any project in power sector, we do all these kinds of reporting for each and every project on daily basis. It's a must, and there is no site in UAE we can start work without toolbox talk. It's a mandatory requirement of the client, and it is very important for company and the main contractors to keep this document available for future inspection and audit if the client requests for. So maintaining this document is important. Even the law says you need to have all these documents at least for 5 years. So we create the document digital, we maintain the document, and we preserve all digitalized. So what we did, basically we called RIMS. It's called a Ray Information Management System. It's a mobile-based application. The app is live, and it is installed over 1/3 of company staff. So if you see 3 in Ray International, 1 is having with the app. So he can be an HSE manager, he can be a QHSE officer, he can be a safety officer. So these phones are installed with the app, so that what happening in the respective sites or what happening in the respective project, it is known to us immediately. So basically you can see this what the app screen looks like. So what you try to do for each forms, there is a tab. Once you click the form, you get the respective form, and there is a field which you need to key in the data. So once the data or app inspector fields or engineer fields at the site, so this what it reflects in the head office to the managers and to the top management without any gap. If a reporting happens in Abu Dhabi or Al Ain or Northern Emirates, in a fraction of seconds, the report will reflect to us in head office. So top management and QS's team are able to see the complete reports, and they assess the gap and they assess the open points. So once we can see what is the gap, what is happening in the field, it makes ease for the top management and QHSE manager to act onto that and to fix instantaneously instead of repeating the same gap in terms of quality in multiple sites. So we can't afford to reflect the gap or mistake in terms of quality in multiple sites. We run currently 36 ongoing projects. So if we don't do in this way, one or other fault, it will reflect in multiple projects and site. It takes enormous time as a project management company. So everyday basis, our dashboard clicks with multiple reports, multiple categories, who created the report, what is the target date, who has to attend that, and including site photos. So when they created what is the situation of the site, when they close the site, what is the situation of the site, it comes with the photograph. This is having enormous benefit for the top management to make decision, to see and understand what is the ground reality. Conclusion, digitalization has improved efficiency in the workplace by getting fast response, and reports are generated instantaneously and sent to concerned for action and closeout. Real-time visibility against individual performance and project performance. No more printed reports, environmental friendly. This is one of the prime reason for us to introduce this app. On yearly basis, we print just 10,000s of report for just quality and HSE purposes. Now these days, we stop printing those, and by the way, in a simple way, we are contributing to the environment and nature. And the top management and QHSE manager are full view of implementing the process improvement. Now, the quality of any project or HSE of any project, it's not merely depending on the quality manager or HSE manager. It is the responsibility of each and everyone in the company, including the top management. So for that, it's more importantly, everybody in the company, irrespective of their level, they need to know what's happening in their project and respective site instantaneously, rather than something coming to the office or to the management attention after a week or a month. It's not time in this era. So that's why we made this system. Conclusion, on top of that, being we get information instantaneously, the app helps us to publish best stop observer, best near-miss reporting, best driver on monthly basis. So on monthly basis, in each of these category, people are rewarded by the app, and it posts who is the topper on the month with the photograph, what is his accomplishment done in terms of project, in terms of quality and HSE. And more importantly, it has increased client recognition. And in last couple of years, we have seen increased award and recognition from our clients, not only as a company in commitment to HSE, and many of our safety engineers, safety managers, project leads, site engineers have been rewarded in contributing to high level of safety standard in their project and their respective sites. So this is the contribution of this digitalization and mobile-based app reporting. The last one, I would like to summarize what I said in a simple video. It's totally a recap.
HSE executes power projects in UAE where HSE is topmost priority. To monitor HSE performance of the company and projects, RAY has introduced RIMS, a mobile app-based system to monitor QHSE performance on real time. RIMS stands for RAY Information Management System. Also, this system is built as part of RAY continuous commitment to environment and go paperless in their business. On a yearly basis, several thousand paper printouts are avoided. Through mobile app, the project team can report HSE observation. Stop observation. Near miss reporting. Incident reporting, QHSE inspection, incident investigation reporting. Also, the system enables HSE closeout for all observation made against respective projects and sites. Top management, QHSE team and project managers have web access where they do real-time monitoring of HSE performance against company level, project level, and employee level. RAY HSE will not be complete without appreciation and rewards. The system is also enabled to publish Best Team Leader, Best Stop Observation, Best Near-Miss Reporting for the month and year. In RAY, we believe HSE is everyone's responsibility and our continuous work towards creating a better workplace for everyone.
Thank you so much for your attention and look forward to receive your question. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, now we came to the end of our seminars for today. We have the raffle draw. We have Swatika Karthikyan, and then we have Julius Imperial as well. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your awards. Thank you so much and see you next year in the main seminars. Thank you. Have a good day.